Un gusto tenerlo a Juan de vuelta por acá. Tenemos una hora.
Muchas gracias y voy a hacer en inglés porque el castellano no me va a salir, así que gracias a todos por estar acá tan temprano y using Viernes. So, using bit rotation and incumbency to detect collusion, and this is done with Sebastian, Kei Kawai, and Jun Nakabayashi. So, this paper is about developing a screen to detect non-competitive behavior. And just to place this in context, so competition authorities around the world increasingly are using these types of screens to detect and flag kind of suspicious behavior. Just let me say up front, statistical evidence that you can get like out of these screens is not going to be sufficient for conviction, but it can still be useful, and that's why they are used all over the world. So it allows authorities to proactively monitor cartels. Sometimes the statistical evidence is used to kind of trigger more intrusive investigations. It can help complement leniency programs because it can encourage people to apply to them. And also, if all of this fails, if you're a buyer running auctions, you might be interested in knowing whether your bidders are colluding or not. So, because they are useful, there's been a long literature that developed a lot of screens for detecting that. And the literature is very long, and this is a very small subset of the literature. What we do in this project is add to this literature by proposing a way of screening for cartels based on bid rotation and incumbency patterns. So, cartels need to allocate contracts over time, and the most commonly used ways in which cartels have been doing this is by taking turns, rotating, or by segmenting the market and letting the incumbent always win. Now, of course, if this is a way cartels are colluding, this would leave a trace. You would see firms taking turns, or you would see the same firm winning the same auction over and over again. Now, the problem is that this might well be the outcome of a collusive agreement, but there are also competitive explanations that can explain these patterns. So, for instance, if you see firms rotating, it could be that they're colluding, but it could be that they have capacity constraints. So, the winner last period has a high marginal cost today and it's going to lose. And if you see the incumbent always winning, it could be that they're colluding, but it could be that there's learning by doing, and this bidder became much more efficient at doing this project than the rest. Actually, in his survey of this literature, Ortner has this quote that says, well, an empirical challenge is to develop tests that can discriminate between collusive and non-comparative explanations for rotation and incumbency patterns. So basically, what we try to do in this paper is fill in this kind of small gap in this literature, try to develop a test that can discriminate between competitive and collusive explanations for these types of patterns. Okay, so that's kind of the goal. Any questions? I'll move ahead. So let me just illustrate with a simple example, this kind of identification challenge that Ortner emphasizes. So suppose, consider an industry that has procurement costs that are increasing with backlog, so there's capacity constraints. Even if this industry...
Backlog means how many bids you won recently?
So backlog means, how many auctions you won in the recent past. So even if this industry is competitive, as I was saying, the backlog of winners will on average be lower than the backlog of losers because, those that won a lot in the past have a high marginal cost today, so they're going to lose today. So if we're going to screen for cartels by comparing average backlog of winners and losers, that might lead you to false positives. Tests might not be very accurate. So the idea that we have is we're not going to focus on all the auctions. We're going to focus on a specific class of auctions. We're going to focus on auctions in which the winning bid and the closest losing bid were very close to each other. And roughly speaking, the idea is that conditional on my bid being within epsilon of the winning bid, my chances of winning are going to be roughly a half. So, conditional on my bid being within epsilon of the winning bid, I'm going to win half of the time and lose half of the time. So the identity of the winner is going to be as if random when you condition on close bids. And because I win and lose, half the time when I'm a close winner or a close loser, marginal winners and marginal losers are going to have similar levels of backlog. So our test is going to look at options in which the winning and the losing bid were very close to each other, and it's going to compare backlogs or any covariate of marginal winners and marginal losers.
But do we have a theory of second best bids in collusive arrangements?
But what do you mean by second
So
best?
suppose we're colluding.
Yeah.
So you're going to win. You're going to bid 100, and I'm going to bid 105.
Or you
have
a theory of what the losing bid should be?
Yes.
Okay, that's a great question. So there are some theories of this. So for instance, one theory that is kind of intuitive and simple is that suppose this is a procurement auction, and suppose that you're supposed to win today, and we're going to let you win with an inflated price, say 100. I'm going to be the loser. My bid doesn't matter for profits. I can bid 200, 500, or 101, and your profits are going to be the same. The only thing is that our arrangement has to be such that you shouldn't want to deviate. Some theories would say, well, I should place a bid that is right on top of your bid, like 101, so you don't deviate upwards. And that's in a sense for free for the cartel because you're going to win 100 anyway. But you're right that, this is just one theory. I could bid also 110 and you might not have an incentive to deviate. But that's a good point. Now, I'll come back to this later. Our test is going to be, a statistical test is going to be whether you reject them now that they're competing or not. I'm not going to be able to say a lot about it. If I reject the null, exactly what they are doing. But the point is well taken.
Just so that, would you have in mind is that all the bidders are colluding, or it's just trying to determine?
This is going to be. That's a great point too. This is going to be. This test is going to be able to detect both all-inclusive cartels and partial cartels. Hopefully,
what I had in mind is that if there's a second price auction, you want to actually say, okay, you win, and I place a 0.
Yeah.
Right. But then they won't be close, so this will be ruled out. That's
so that's related to what Pablo was saying. So it's true that in a sense, how they collude, we don't know, and how, in particular, how the losing bids are, what level the losing bids take. We don't have. There are many theories. I gave you one, and we don't know exactly what they're doing. But again, if a data set fails my test, it's suspicious. I don't know exactly what is it that they're doing, or I can say a little bit, but I don't know exactly, what collusive scheme they're using. Again, just kind of to place this in context, this is, if you, in terms of how this could be used, this is kind of, a red flag. Oh, this looks suspicious. Let's investigate more. It's not kind of conclusive evidence.
So, I guess I have a conceptual question.
Speak louder.
Oh, sorry. How do you deal with mergers? So,
Mergers.
if there is backlog, there is some sort of curvature in the cost function. So maybe there are some economies of scale here.
So,
in other words, what that says is maybe collusion is actually efficient because it
could be
basically scale up.
It could well be that collusion is efficient when you have increasing marginal costs. I'm not going to be able to say anything about whether this is efficient or not. All that I'm going to be able to say is that this doesn't look competitive. But there's a bigger question than the one that we answered here, which is when is there a setting in which collusion is good for society? And there are reasons why it might be, and economies of scale might be one, relational incentives might be another one. this is all well taken. Yeah, these points are well taken. All right, so just our test is going to reject the null of competition if the backlog or any covariate of marginal winners is different, statistically different from that of marginal losers. And this is a preview of, we our paper does two things. First, we have theoretical foundation for this test, and then we take this test to two data sets. One of the data sets is procurement auctions that are run in Japan by federal government, actually by some cities in Japan. And this is just a preview of our empirical findings. So on the horizontal axis, I have delta, which is for each bidder right that participates in the auction at time t, that's the difference between her own bid and the lowest bid among all of her opponents. These bids are normalized by the reserve price. And this is a measure of the backlog of the firms. And when delta is 0, is close to 0, that means that my bid was very close, so I'm a close winner or a close loser. What this shows is that close winner, so this is a procurement auction, I win when delta is negative because my bid is lower than the bids of my opponents. When I'm a marginal winner, my backlog is lower than when I'm a marginal loser, which is consistent with bid rotation. We're letting those that won fewer auctions in the past win. And our theory would say that this is inconsistent with competitive behavior. Yes.
Is it true that, for example, if the agency said, I'm going to test collusion with this test, this will change the behavior of the cartel? So this test is much better for auctions that have been in the past?
So, that it's a good point, what happens when cartels adapt. And I'm actually writing a paper about that. I have a draft, I can send it. So, point taken, if people know how they're bidding, how the cartel is being, how the test is being run, they can put the losing bid very high, and, this test is not going to have any bite. It's true also that, those adaptive behaviors, can lead to other suspicious patterns. And actually, with this same author, we have this other paper that shows that if there's kind of a big gap between winners and losers, that's also inconsistent with competition. So, the point is well taken. This is a much narrower question than the one that you raised. And what you raised is an interesting question that hasn't been kind of settled. What happens when cartels adapt to screens?
So here you can detect if there is something going on, but if you can't find that something going on, you cannot rule out
exactly. Absolutely. So this is a test, and actually, the test, in a sense, it's almost like a very low bar to pass. Like as we were discussing, there are many collusive schemes that are going to pass this test. So failure to pass doesn't mean that passing this test. That's what doesn't mean that they're competing, but failure to pass is kind of suggestive that something funny is going on. Also, another thing that I should say up front, there are many reasons why one might fail this test. It could be that they're colluding. It could also be that people make mistakes. And this test is going to be based on rationality by bidders, and if bidders make huge mistakes, this can also lead to failure. How do you measure a backlog? Good point. So in this, we have different measures. This is we look at the 90 days back. We look at the value of the auctions that they won in those 90 days, and we standardize it by the historical average of backlog of each fund. But there are many ways to do it, and it's always we get the same type of result. Actually, and I hope that this is going to become clear. I'll come back to measurement error in a little bit. But our theory is going to be true even if this is measured with a lot of error. I'll come back to that in a second. And so Now, basically, as I said, the bigger part of the paper is, or one of the two big parts of the paper is developing theoretical foundations for this test. Let me say, I mean, there's kind of two difficulties with that. One is that bits are endogenous, so we can't assume that bits are kind of smoothly distributed, applied regression discontinuity results kind of off the shelf. And the other thing is that, we're interested in settings in which there are endogenous state variables that capture things like learning by doing and capacity constraints. And as I'm gonna kind of try to argue, if I have time, I think I will, is that we don't have a kind of, the usual notions of competition don't really apply here. So one might think that Markov perfect equilibrium is kind of a good notion of competitive behavior, but when you have endogenous state variables, you can pack a lot of the history to the state and sustain collusive agreements in Markov perfect strategy. So we're going to propose a definition of competition that rules out this type of collusive Markov perfect. It's going to be a refinement of Markov perfection. All right. So let me give you the model. So it's going to be a repeated auction. So at each period, there's going to be this buyer that runs a first price auction. It's a procurement auction. We normalize the reserve price to be equal to 1 every period. That doesn't really matter. Each bidder I is going to submit a bid BIT, which can be a number between 0 and 1, or the bidder can choose not to participate. So that's that empty set. The lowest bid wins. Ties are broken randomly. We're going to assume that firms face a small participation cost kappa. So if they choose to bid, a bid between 0 and 1, they have to pay this small cost. I'll explain in a second why this is important. But also it's realistic. I mean, placing a bid in these auctions takes a bit of work. Firms have a common discount factor delta. If firms had different discount factors, our results would still hold. Now, there's going to be an endogenous state variable that we're going to call theta that is going to capture everything that affects costs. So this could be a vector of state variables. This is publicly observed, and it evolves as an endogenous Markov chain. So the realization of theta t plus 1 depends on the current state theta and the identity of the winner. So that's to capture capacity constraints or learning by doing. So if I want today, my cost tomorrow might be higher or lower. And we don't place any assumptions on this transition function. The only assumption, which is a technical assumption, is that the set of states is finite.
But also everything is observable.
The state theta is observable. It might not be observed by the econometrician, but bidders do observe. Now let me tell you what the private information that bidders do have at each auction. So at each auction, before they bid, each bidder observes a pilot signal DIT. DIT, the signal depends, the realization of the profile of signals depends on the state today. Again, for technical reasons, we have to assume that the set of signals is finite because we have some convergence results that we can show pointwise convergence, and because the set of states and signals is finite, that's going to be uniform convergence. But it's really technical. And then, in addition to the signal, each firm is going to observe her own cost. CID costs are drawn from this CDF that depends on the realization of signals and the state. The only thing that we assume is that my cost doesn't give me any additional information about my opponent's costs than what I learned from my signal. And this is really, this is just saying we're practical. So basically, I learn my own cost, and the signal might give me information about the costs of my opponents. So all the learning that I might have about how the cost of others comes through the signal, and just a way of feeding information. So private information and information I have about others. Now, this model seems a little bit particular, but it encompasses most of the models, auction models that we use. So for instance, this model can encompass cost publicly of being publicly observed. could be that, we all get the same signal, which is, the cost of everyone. That signal could be multidimensional, and then my cost is, so this cost vector is just, equal to the signal vector. So, but it also encompasses independent private values. It could be that I don't get any signals, or a set of signals is a single one, then I just observe my cost, and I don't learn anything else about my opponents. And everything in between, it could be that I learn my own cost and things about my cost and Pablo's cost, and not the cost of everybody else. So, the model, even if it looks a little bit particular, it really encompasses most of what we work with usually. The only thing that we assume is that cost, so this is it's a private values model. So there are no common value components. One of our results, we don't really know how to extend for common values. Sorry?
What is the benefit of the Z here?
I mean, this is just, we could have written just an independent private values model, but we want to be general as we can, so that, to show that our results are not driven by those particular assumptions. So if it's easier for you to think about an independent private values model, this is, that's going to be a special case of this. We just want to show that our test holds more generally than.
Like what I see here for is like, for any given Z, you can think of it as a.
Well, but my Z is not observed by others. So I might get information about your costs, and you might not know what information I have about your costs. That's what this type of things allow for. Maybe it's a little too complicated. We can think about ways to simplify it. But anyway, I just want to make the point that this is a fairly general auction model, and the results are going to hold even at this level of generality.
But just to clarify, every single ZI is private.
So
So the auction designer doesn't know it,
So right,
even if it's all the same for everyone. And
exactly. So this is information that is privately observed by bidder. It could be that your information and my information is the same, so our signals are perfectly correlated. That's
So what matters distinguishing theta is that theta is observed even by the.
No, I mean, theta is it's publicly observed by everyone, not for the. I mean, the econometrician need not observe it. And of course, there's going to be things that the econometrician will observe, like the history of who won and things like that. But and actually, that leads me to this. So XIT is going to be the characteristics of bidder I at time t, and those are the characteristics that are observed by the econometrician. So think of this as backlog, as auctions that were won in the past, or any other thing that the econometrician observes at the time of bidding. Actually, this covariance can be any variable that is predetermined at the time at which bidder I places her bid. This could be, any measure of backlog. It could be incumbency status, or my location, or anything that is observed by everyone at the time of bidding. In our application, this is going to be either backlog or incumbency. But as I said, any variable that we can compute prior to bidders placing their bids, can be one of our exercises. In particular, even the question that Andy raised about how we measure backlog, I don't know, maybe we are mismeasuring backlog, but it's something that we can compute at the time, that bidders can compute at the time at which they pay their bids. So can be one of our exercises.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, please.
Are we allowing them to collude on the Z's? So they're private, but if it's all the same, can we all say, well, if it's raining, I bid, if it's sunny, you bid, and
Perfect.
Can they do that or not?
They can do anything that they want, in a sense that they could we don't place any restrictions on how they collude. The only my test is gonna be, I'm gonna define, for me, a competitive equilibrium is an equilibrium that satisfies these conditions. and my test is going to be whether data can be rationalized by such an.
Selector.
So the test is, whether you reject or not the null. If you reject the null, I don't know what they're doing. I might, there might be something that I can learn from data, but I cannot tell you what's
Right, it could be colluding or it could be like just not rational.
Exactly. Absolutely.
But the strategies then depend on the Z's and the pair.
Right. So my strategy at time t, when I'm gonna come back to that in a second, but when I come into the auction, I'm gonna have a lot of information, like all the history that I observed, plus my current signal and my current cost, and my bid is gonna depend on that.
And it also depends on the history of the Z's.
And the history. All right, so this is what we want to show. So we want to show that if you give me a competitive equilibrium sigma, then for any HITs, the history, the information that bidder I has before placing her bid at time t, so it could be everything that she observed in the past. What I want to show is that if you give me an equilibrium sigma that is competitive, then the probability that bidder I wins under this equilibrium, conditional on that history and conditional on the event that bidder size bid was or is within epsilon of the lowest bids among her opponents, that probability converges to a half as epsilon goes to 0. So conditional on my bid being within epsilon of your bid, I'm gonna win with probability a half. And let me, before kind of giving you an argument for this, let me tell you, kind of at a very high level, why this is not a crazy thing to assume, that this is, when you sit down and try to prove a result, this is not a crazy result to try to prove. So suppose that we're in an independent private values model, and costs are smoothly distributed. Myerson, we know what our bids are going to be. Our bids are going to be a deterministic function of our costs. And since our costs are smoothly distributed, our bids are going to be smoothly distributed. And that means that the lowest bid among my opponents is going to be smoothly distributed. So conditional on the lowest bid of my opponents being within epsilon of my bid, the lowest bid of my opponents is distributed according to a smooth function, but conditional on it being within an epsilon and 2 epsilon interval, that distribution is going to be roughly uniform as epsilon goes to 0, because any smooth distribution, if you take it, at a very kind of narrow range, is going to converge to a uniform on that way. And it's a uniform distribution that it's centered at 0, the difference between their bid. So half of the time is going to be above my bid, half of the time is going to be below my bid. So half of the times I'm going to win, half of the times I'm going to lose. So that's, of course, our model is more general than that independent private values model, but that's kind of why, this is not a crazy result.
Just to understand how you're taking the probability. So suppose there's two, one wins and one loses, and they always do the same thing and they're very close to each other.
Yeah.
But you're taking the probability without knowing the identity because they're alternating, let's say. Then you're going to compute a half, right? The probability is going to be a half. But
this is before, at the time I place a bid, I don't know what your bid is. I'm taking the probability of that I win, conditional on whatever information that I have, and conditional on the fact that your bid and mine is within epsilon. So this is before bids are realized.
No, I know, but it seems that this might also be true in a colluding.
Oh,
The statement, it's just, the statement says in any competitive equilibrium, this is true. But it seems that if he always bids 100, I always bid 100 and then 101.
Yeah, okay. Point well taken. So again, there are collusive strategies that could pass this test, that could satisfy this. All I'm saying is that I'm competitive.
Violated, definitely you're not.
Exactly. I mean, that's exactly this test, in a sense, it is a low bar. That's what you're saying. We could pass this test very easily if we knew how this test worked.
The other thing that maybe this you repeated that was technical, but all this hinges on calculus and you use finite sets.
I mean, okay, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just wondering, well, you made a big deal about the fact that everything was finite sets, and now you want me to look at very close things that make approximations, and I just wonder how those things go.
So basically, this result is going to hold actually, even if the sets are, draw that finiteness assumption. But we want this result to hold uniformly. So pointwise convergence, we cannot get uniform convergence. So if you have pointwise convergence and there's finitely many histories, then.
No, I was just referring to this sort of local argument that is uniform once you take an approximation. But if the things are, I don't have any intuition once the things are not like smooth distributions.
Oh yeah. I mean, I don't have it. I mean, I'll show you the results that we have, but okay.
Is an assumption or is a result that in very close neighborhood you are going to have only two bidders, not more?
It's going to be a result actually. That completely agree on that. The probability that we have three of us within epsilon is going to go to zero very fast as epsilon goes to zero. That's going to be a result. But that's it's a good. It's not an assumption. A corollary of this is that, just applying base rule because, regardless of my backlog, condition on closed bids half the time I'm in the winner status, half of the times I'm in the loser status. What this means is that, the distribution of the backlog conditional on winning and conditional on closed bids is going to be the same as the distribution over backlog or any other covariate conditional on losing and closed bids. So, so this is the foundation for our test. Bidders, those winners and those losers should have similar characteristics, and that's what our data says.
Just to make sure I understand, the first line, the second conditional is redundant, no? Given that you win, you must be close to the minimum.
No, but this is I win.
You can win by a lot.
I can win by a lot. Yeah, exactly. This is
among the others. Got it. I understand.
It's certainly, yeah. This is. All right, let me give you a heuristic argument for this result, and then I think I'll have enough time to give you the format. So, fix a history of bidder I. So that's, that summarizes all the information that bidder I has at time t before she places a bid. So I'm fixing an equilibrium also, fix a history, and for each bid that bidder I might place, I'm going to define VI, BU, and HIT as, that's the probability with which bidder I would win if she places bid B. So this squiggly symbol means that it's the event that either B is below the lowest bid of all her opponents, or there's a tie, but any tie is broken in favor of bidder I. So that's basically the event that bidder I wins when her bid is B. So that's the probability that bidder I wins when she places bid B at this history. And we call it DI because you can think of this as a residual demand. So as I change my bid, as I lower my bid, I'm increasing the probability with which I make a sale, the probability with which I win. If I bid more aggressively, I'm going to win more frequently. Right. So here's very smooth argument. So note first that if demand is continuous, and there are many models that we usually work with, in which this demand function is continuous and differentiable. Any IPP model with cost is going to satisfy that. But if DI is continuous, then that kind of the term that I'm interested in, the probability that I wins condition on the history and condition on closed bids. Well, that you can write it as this way. So that's the probability that that's the probability that the lowest bid of my opponent is between BI and BI plus epsilon, and that's the probability that the lowest bid among my opponents is between BI minus epsilon and BI plus epsilon. So that's the term that we're interested in. And if you just stare at this for in my case like many minutes, but some people faster, you realize that if demand is differentiable, then you divide by epsilon, here you get the derivative, here you get twice the derivative. So as epsilon goes to 0, this converges to 1. So if you write any model in which these demand functions are differentiable, then we get our result almost immediately. And as I said, any IPV model is going to satisfy this. And this is kind of a slightly more sophisticated version of this argument that, within a small range, any smoothly distributed function becomes uniform. Okay, so now, of course, demand is an endogenous object. We can't just assume that it's going to be differentiable. So, how do we deal with that? Well, it turns out that, demand might be non-smooth in competitive models, and that's something that we have to deal with. And let me give you a very simple example. Consider a game in which it's a complete information game. There's two bidders, an entrant and an incumbent. There are no participation costs, and the entrant has a higher procurement cost than the incumbent. In any equilibrium, in any efficient equilibrium, now the incumbent is going to win with priority 1. He's going to win at a bid of equal to the cost of the entrant. So this is Bertrand with and the entrant is going to place a bid that is, or it's going to randomize her bid right up on top of CE. So yeah, in this case, demand is not going to be smooth for either bidder. So for the entrant, if she places a bid below CE, her demand is going to jump up to 1, above CE is going to be 0. And you can show that for the incumbent, her demand has a kink at 0. So I mean, this is a very simple model, and here we don't have smoothness of demand, and that result doesn't hold. Now, I told you at the beginning that we're going to make this assumption that entry costs are positive. The reason why this equilibrium holds is because the entrant, she is 0, but she's still willing to participate because she doesn't lose anything from participating. If entry costs were positive, the equilibrium would be very different. Firms would be randomizing and demand would be smooth for both. So to rule this type of settings out in which no bidders participate when they know for sure that they're going to lose, we assume that entry costs are small. So that's just to rule this type of equilibrium. But again, it's reasonable that in a competitive setting, firms are only willing to participate if they expect to win with positive probability. And that's what our positive entry costs are giving us. Right, so the other, this kind of illustrates that because bids are endogenous, we can't assume differentiability and we have to do something else. We have to do some work. The other thing is, the other difficulty is that, as I'm going to try to argue now, we don't have a good, solution concept to capture competition when we have these types of environments with endogenous state variables. So, the IO literature usually assumes Markov perfection, and that's, the definition of competitive equilibrium. And that's okay when we have an exogenous state variable. Actually, we ourselves have used this as our definition of competition in other settings in which we're not interested in dynamics. But when you have the state that it's endogenous, bidders can encode a lot of the past fitting behavior into the state, and that's going to allow to sustain collusion, even under Markov perfect equilibrium. And here I have a simple example. Let me give you even a simpler one, which is, suppose it's, Pablo and I, we are taking turns. Today you win, tomorrow I win. And the state captures who won and who lost, so we can sustain collusion. If anyone deviates, if it was his turn to win and I undercut him, we're going to revert to static match because he's going to, even if our strategies depend only on the state is going to reveal that I cheated on the collusive screen. So because when state variables are endogenous, you can encode a lot of past behavior into the state, and Markov perfection allows for clearly collusive strategies. The equilibrium here is a little bit more intricate because I want to make another point with this equilibrium, but I don't have a lot of time, so I'm just not going to make it. Okay, so now So this kind of tells us that we need a definition of competition in this environment. And we're going to propose one, and then well, that's going to be our definition of competition. So we're going to fix an environment, which an environment is given by a transition function for the state, distribution of signals and distribution of costs. And then if we have that environment and a Markov perfect equilibrium, we can define this. And this is an Angli object, but this is bidder size continuation value if the state today is theta and bidder J won the auction. And remember, the transition matrix or the transition function of the state depends only on the state today and the identity of the winner. So if strategies are Markovian, then the state and the identity of the winner today is enough to calculate the expected continuation payoff. So pi IT is the profits of bidder I at time t. So that's the expected continuation value of bidder I starting tomorrow if bidder J wins and the state is theta. Now, if the history today is HIT, and the winning, so okay, this letter psi is, whether bidder I won the auction or not today, and that's the value of the winning bid. So this BI of, this indicator function of whether I won or not, and the value of the winning bid is just the expected continuation value of bidder I, given that, bidder I won or not. Because if bidder I won, this is a 1. If bidder I lost, this is a 0. Given that the winning bid was BW and given the history. So this is my continuation value. If I know that the winning bid is going to be BW, and I know whether I won or not. Know that if I win, this continuation value doesn't depend on the winning bid, because if I win, I know that I win, and then that's all that matters for the state tomorrow. But if I lose, my continuation value can depend on the winning bid, because the winning bid can be correlated with the winner. It could be that if the winning bid is very low, it's very likely that Pablo wins. If the winning bid is high, it's very likely that I win. Right. So a lot of continuation values, but one more and then I'm done. So that's my expected continuation value when I lose and the winning bid is between B and B prime. And my definition of competition is the following. If you fix an environment and a Markov perfect equilibrium, I'm going to say that bidding behavior under this equilibrium is sensitive if there exists some history such that this continuation value is not Lipschitz continuous. So small changes in the winning bid can lead to sharp changes in continuation values. And I'm going to say that an equilibrium is competitively enforced if there's no such discontinuity. Bidding behavior is not sensitive.
Juan, can you explain the definition for a human to understand?
Yes. So basically what this says is the following. That this term here is my expected continuation value when I lose and the winning bid is within this range. Right? And in the collusive Markov perfect equilibria that we construct, this value function ends up being sharply discontinuous, because suppose that Pablo was supposed to win at bid R at the reserve price. If he wins at the reserve price, that's fine. I'm going to keep a high continuation value because tomorrow I'm going to win and we're going to keep this nice deal.
And it's not in regard to the punishment.
Exactly. If someone undercuts him, continuation values drop discontinuously. So this Lipschitz continuity is trying to rule this type of kind of punishment when the winning bid changes by a little bit.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. So that's the intuition. Thanks for asking.
But I get it. That sounds like continuous. Lipschitz
It's a stronger version of.
And how did you Is this just what needs to be plugged in the proof to
That's so it's two. Okay. So I'll come back to. I'll say that in a second. So I'm gonna talk exactly about that now. So there are two settings in which every Markov perfect equilibrium is competitively enforced. One is when there are no dynamics, so the state tomorrow just depends on the state today. And the reason is because, when when the identity of the winner doesn't matter, all this doesn't matter. And this is the setting in which we feel that Markov perfection is the right solution concept. Another setting in which we feel that Markov perfection is the right solution concept for competition is when the market is large. So we meet rarely with each other. In that setting, every Markov perfect equilibrium is again competitively enforced. So basically, what we try to do here is have kind of a permissive enough definition of competition that doesn't rule out competitive behaviors when we feel like Markov perfection is okay, but that it's kind of stringent enough to rule out these kind of drops in continuation values driven by small changes to the winning. And I mean, a question that we don't know the answer to is, what's the largest set of models in which such an equilibrium exists, or things like that, which is what you might be.
If I can be concrete, like you mentioned the example of someone who has learning by doing, and because you're winning, so you're keeping up your learning by doing, and now you're dominant. You should keep winning. Something goes wrong. So this is a competitive thing. Yeah. You're still always winning. Something goes wrong and you lose. You lost your, let's say, learning by doing work. Like if you lost it once, now you lost it. Someone else has it, and the continuation.
Yeah, but
it suddenly flipped completely.
But let me just say you this. This value function is conditional on me losing how my value function depends on the winning bid. So I'm conditioning on
losing.
So I mean, this sounds stringent, and probably it is stringent, but it's not so stringent. This is kind of, I already lost. I know that I lost. How my continuation value depends on.
So in the case of learning by doing, it would be like my continuation value doesn't depend on who.
Well, but it might, because you might be worried that if Pablo wins, he's going to become very efficient and he's going to win all the auctions going forward. But if I win, I'm not very smart, and I'm not going to win so often in the future. So it might still matter in a competitive equilibrium. All that this is saying is that it doesn't matter, too much.
I just wanted to.
But then there could be a competitive equilibrium where this competitive in the sense that we understand it formally, where this fails.
I mean, it could be. Yeah, I mean, and the problem is that, since we don't have a good definition of competition in these environments, I don't know what a competitive equilibrium would be. But I take your point. I mean,
we all do like bidding, ignoring the future based on our current costs.
Oh, that's gonna satisfy this, because I mean, at least if our costs are smoothly distributed. Like suppose that our delta is 0.
Yeah.
So if actually, that's a good. So if delta is 0, this continuation value is always 0.
Yeah.
So then that's any static model satisfies this. If you're just bidding.
Hold on, if my continuation value. So suppose that his learning by doing is strong and yours is weak.
Yeah.
So that if you one day beat him, that can be important for me.
Yeah, no, and this matters. All that this is saying is that, it could be important for you, but if he wins, so suppose that that the winning bid is a half, then he's more likely to win than me. So our continuation value is going to be small. Now, suppose that the winning bid is a half plus epsilon. Our continuation values are not going to change a ton. That's all.
But hold on, but couldn't the discontinuity happen at the point where the identity of the winner changes?
Well, I mean, that's okay. That's good points. All of these are good points. So it's you're exactly right, and that's where the discontinuities might come about. So this value function, the state we don't know who's gonna win. So when you take expectations over the condition of the winning bid, the uncertainty here is on who's gonna win given that winning bid. And what this is saying, this is gonna be discontinuous if probability of winning when the winning bid is a half is very, very different than his probability of winning when the winning bid is a half plus epsilon. That's what we're ruling out. Okay. Because if those probabilities of winning kind of vary smoothly with with the winning bid, then this is gonna hold. So that's exactly what we're ruling out. But you're exactly right that
No, but
discontinuity
that's fine.
could happen. Yeah,
But in the next expression, hold on.
this is saying my continuation value conditional on losing and the winning bid being BW when that's the lowest bid among my opponents is between those two bids. So the lowest bid, this is maybe should be written differently.
I see.
The winning bid is the lowest bid among my opponents when I lose. This is a little bit too abstract, but thanks. You got it. It's exactly what you're saying.
One.
10 minutes. Okay. Okay. Let me just show you the results that we have and show you quickly the applications that we have. So our next proposition says that, well, suppose entry costs are positive. I already explained why with that example. And suppose that we have a Markov perfect equilibrium that is competitively enforced. Then it turns out that this doesn't give us exactly the result we wanted, but almost. It shows we can show that the probability that I win conditional the history and close bids has to be at least a half. And I only have 10 minutes, so I'm not gonna show you the proof, but
just a clarifying question about this result. Is it identifying the assumption that the cartels take this? Is that the idea that in order to enforce within them?
We take, I guess the way I would put it is that if we see this type of kind of discontinuous behavior, we're going to take that to be conditional.
So if they, for example, they decide to be smart and play repeated sort of Nash equilibrium, the repeated game inside the feasible payoffs and enforce it continuously, that's undetectable.
We're not gonna, that's gonna pass our test, exactly. And basically, I don't have time to give you the proof, but we can anyway. Yeah, let me not even try because. Now, a corollary of that result tells us that the probability that I win is going to be weakly larger than I have. But at the same time, condition on bids being within epsilon, there has to be at least two close bidders, because if there's close bids, at least two of us has to be close, and only one of us can win. So we have at least two, only one can win, and we both expect to win with probability greater than a half. So we cannot always believe that we're going to win with probability higher than a half. So that's kind of a way of this result formalizes that most of the times we're going to believe that we're going to win with probability exactly, because otherwise things won't add up. And this gives us a result that condition on close bids, winning characteristics of winners and losers should be the same.
And just so now I know I don't remember the first way you expressed it, but here depends on age.
Yeah,
and I imagine that what we want is depending on X for us to test it.
But we can, okay, that's a good point. Then what we do basically, what we show in the paper, you can take averages across all histories that have the same X. And since this holds history by history, you can average out all the history that lead to the same. We don't know, that's exactly right. We don't know it at the age level because we don't know the information that leaders have, but we can test this. Basically, this is more information than the X. So if it holds here.
So that's the assumption, that X is contained.
So exactly, that's why I said that, X has to be anything that bidders know at the time of bidding, so it has to be this information. Good point, thanks for it. Right, so I have like 5 minutes, I think. Let me, we take this, we apply this to two data sets. One is, probably, I don't know, there's not many people here that do empirical work on auctions, but there's this famous paper by Porter and Sona that they study these Ohio school milk auctions So it turns out that auction, school districts each summer they run an auction to decide to choose who's going to supply them with milk during the school year. There's this data set that goes from the 80s to the 90s, and there were 3 bidders that were charged with collusion. And apart from these 2 years in which the cartel broke down, these firms were respecting always the incumbent. And Porter and Sona have this very nice paper in which they show that basically, the cartel members were bidding in ways that were very different from non-cartel members. Anyway, so because we know that they were colluding, these 3 bidders were colluding and they were respecting the incumbents, we can apply our test to this data set to see whether we would have picked it up. And basically, we can split the data among only colluders, auctions in which only these 3 bidders were participating, and auctions in which none of these 3 bidders were participating. So here, again, that's the difference between my bid and the lowest bid among my opponents. And this is whether I won the auction for this school district last year. It's a 0 or a 1. And basically, in the colluding data set, that fails our test. If you look at the data set with non-colluding bidders, that passes our test. And basically, this also illustrates why this regression discontinuity approach is valuable. On average, losers, winners tend to be incumbents more frequently than losers. And that might be because, the winner is, the firm that has the plant closest to the school and has lower costs or something. So, it's the fact that on average is different, that's not really, our kind of smoking gun. What's really, our smoking gun is that condition the 2 bids being very close to each other. It's always incumbent that wins.
Well, you didn't know who was colluding and who wasn't, and you just looked at the whole.
Yeah, so I'm gonna show you a second data set that does that. So our second data set, we look at auctions run by municipalities in the Tohoku region in Japan. 2 of my co-authors are Japanese, and one of them works for the Japanese FTC, so he has access to all this data. So there's 22 municipalities. The data goes from those years, and these are construction projects, civil engineering, paving, electrical work, and so on. These municipalities run first prize sealed bid auctions with a public reserve price. No one was charged with collusion, and but we have other papers in which we document that there's something funny going on in some auctions in Japan. These other papers we don't look at these particular auctions. But I mean, if you ever talk to someone from Japan about construction work, everybody kind of knows that there's something funny going on. All right, so here, we're gonna look at the backlog, and we don't know whether there's who's colluding. We don't know anything. We have some measure of backlog, this standardized backlog. We have others in the paper, and we show that at this aggregate level, the data fails our test. And again, we don't know who's driving this, but on aggregate, the data fails our test. And then what we do is we split the sample in 2, and actually, this way of splitting is kind of legal. Our test holds if we split it this way. Basically, we split it. These are auctions the left panel are bids that are above the median bid. So every time that I place a bid, if I'm placing a bid above the median bid of this municipality, I'm gonna be in this panel. If I place a bid below the median bid, I'm gonna be in the right panel. Basically what this says is that, for high bids, the test fails, but for low bids, the test doesn't fail, which kind of is what you would expect if you're suspecting of collusion. Again, but I guess part of the question was more like, can we tell who's colluding? And you can start running these in smaller sample, like subsets of the data, and try to see when it fails and when it doesn't. Right? What this is telling you is that there's something funny going on. at this level, we don't know exactly who or when or where, but you can start cutting the data.
What do you make of the fact that this was also in the figure you showed at the beginning?
So,
The left-hand side, sort of like there's more dispersion on the winner side than on the loser side. This also happened in the previous figure. I don't know whether in the figure at the beginning that you showed.
Yeah, I mean,
it's the
it
same
was
one.
actually this same
Same one, yeah. Yeah, but this feature that, there seems to be more dispersion in the backlog for winners than, so you have been talking about the mean, but maybe the dispersion is also telling you something about behavior or not.
I don't have a good story of why collusion would lead to more dispersion in fact. I don't know. Out of the top. Yeah. And our test is kind of estimated using only this data, so those points don't really matter for restaurants, but yeah.
But in the same line, it looks like if I don't look at the black lines you drew, it looks like you have a line like that even there. There's a continuous line, except so what are the like in the algorithm, the observations that are driving this thing up are those guys. There's some guys with a lot of backlog.
I mean, there's
yeah.
But this is what's driving this. I mean, you can estimate the discontinuity and not an econometrician, but my understanding is you're using just that data that is within a small window around zero.
Right. The people that lose very closely some of them have abnormally high backlog.
Well, I mean, I mean, there's that guy for sure, but there's also
There's a lot of them over there. That is the.
I mean, it's kind of comparing, all of these guys with these guys. All right. Well, I'm out of time. -4. Sorry? -2. So then I'm just gonna stop. I have I wanted to flag this other paper that we're working on, which is what if cartels adapt, which was very good. Thank you so much for the time, for being here so early, and for all the questions and comments.
You're welcome. So early in Boston.
Sorry?
Early in Boston.
I mean, early for me, yeah. Thank you.
Let's agree on that. I am not that good at it. But I think that's the real and the goal. It seems that you require some problem. Yeah. Would have been a big fan, and all the what you can also do is and use that as little dogs, volleyballs, Parmesano, that thing with the bigger face of the dog. But again, that's what we do under 5 days, and we are only at 5 and it's amazing. That's very nice. Probably it was you call mass or say mass? It's up to you. You can do without mass. Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
Andy.
That's it. That's a joint thing.
Luego de 6 meses.
Voy a cancelar.
No, como vos ibas designado, todo el tiempo.
Doesn't matter.
Oh, we're 7 minutes late. We need some
That was.
Okay, so Ali will talk about optimal rating design for an hour.
Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot for putting this paper in the program. This joint work with Mariam, who's sitting over there. It's our second joint production. So we're interested in this paper, as I'll clarify a bit, is this idea of ratings. What do you have in mind when we think about ratings? So these days, lots and lots of transactions happen through online markets, online platforms. Online platforms are notorious for asymmetric information problems, and ratings in general are supposed to basically make transactions sort of more informative, and at the end, improve market outcomes. So that's basically what we have in mind when we think about ratings. In terms of application, so we're going to write something very abstract, but in terms of application, you can think about, platforms are examples of this. We're grading students. We're signaling to the market how good the students are. When we're rating mortgage-backed securities, it's sort of the same idea. We're producing a signal to some sort of uninformed market participants. Google ranking of web pages, another example of ratings. All of these are examples of rating systems. So what is it that we're going to focus on? So when you think about rating systems, they're doing many things. Let me first talk about the things that we're not going to talk about. So when you think about rating system, one things that they do is they simply inform customers. You have a better idea about the thing that you're buying. But there's another thing that they do, which is, I think, more and more becomes important when we're dealing with markets with asymmetric information, is that they also incentivize the selling side of the market. In other words, if I'm a seller on eBay, if there is a certification that comes with extra benefits, and so I can charge higher prices if I get that certificate from eBay. So getting that certificate basically incentivizes me to produce higher quality goods. Okay. Yeah.
Given that you're in Argentina, isn't it an obvious example of credit ratings?
Credit ratings. Yeah, sure. I have to think exactly how credit ratings incentivize Argentina. I guess I don't know what the no. At broad level, I understand. What I don't know is what are the indicators that are used to rate Argentinian credit. Okay, we can talk about that.
Fiscal behavior.
Fiscal behavior. Yeah, I always assume that that's basically you can't trust this, but anyways. Okay, so basically, what we're going to focus on is this one, which is that we want to focus on settings where ratings incentivize quality provision. So grades motivate students to put in more effort to hopefully learn better, although people who teach might disagree with that. They also incentivize design of security. So the type of questions that we're going to ask is, what is it that we can get when we have, what is the set of achievable outcomes, in other words, when we have this sort of general notion of ratings. And the other is that what are optimal ratings? Of course, I'll be clear when I get it. So this passes the Minneapolis introduction very well. Let me just jump into the model really quickly, but by one example. I'll show you the general model later, but let me just start with a very simple example. So suppose that we have a seller that's selling a good of quality E, so they're putting some effort to produce this good, and suppose that this effort is costly, and that cost depends on the type of the seller. Okay, so a seller can be very efficient, which means having a high theta. In that example, it's theta equal 1.5, or a seller can be less efficient, in which case they have a lower theta, which means they have a higher marginal cost. So think theta is the inverse of marginal cost. Okay. And suppose, for simplicity, that this is just so that I cooked up the numbers, is that theta is 1 and 1.5, and the probability that is equal to 1 is 0.4. Okay. And suppose that the outside option of the seller is 0.2. Again, this is just for numerical illustration. So they can basically get 0.2 and not participate, or they can produce and get some price, which I'll explain exactly. How is information transmitted?
The seller knows.
Sorry?
The seller knows.
The seller knows E and the seller knows theta. Okay? The seller knows how good they are. It's the market that doesn't. Now, the market, what does the market observe? The market observes the signal S of E. They will never see anything about theta. So this is the thing about indicators, in case of sort of eBay sellers, how fast they deliver the product, for example. And they pay a price, which is their payoff. Imagine they just pay their payoff. They get E from the E is the value of the buyer, and imagine that they just pay it to the seller, so they get no surplus. So who is doing this information design? Who is thinking about the signal? We have a platform that observes E. They observe how fast the seller ships the item. And then they charge a fee. And let's say that fee is flat, it's a fixed fee, and then what they want to do is they want to choose a price T, or a tariff T, and the information structure S. Okay? So the key object on top of sort of, if they were only choosing T, this would have been the standard, Econ 101 monopoly problem. Here, what they're doing is they're also affecting what transactions go through and what prices are paid, and who ends up participating by designing what information to do. Okay. So basically, the key part, there are two decisions by the seller. The sellers are choosing whether to participate and how much effort to put in, and the platform is choosing what signal to send and what fee to charge. Okay.
And theta is also not observable to the platform.
Exactly. So platform only sees E. Okay.
They actually see E.
Yes, they observe E. They can reveal E.
S.
Yes,
they could reveal it if they wanted.
They could reveal it. Yes, they can perfectly reveal it. And let me show you exactly what. Through the lens of this example, I think it's helpful to think about these different survey streams. So imagine that they actually do what Sebastian was saying. They reveal all the information. In that case, of course, P is equal to E, right? Price is always equal to the effort or quality. Now, who is going to enter, and imagine that these E's are fixed, that they're not choosing. Who is going to enter? Well, if the entry decision for theta 1 is half minus t, they get a price 1, they pay a cost half, and then the fee that they pay to the platform is t, and if that's bigger than 0.2, they're going to enter, and then the entry condition for theta 2 is 1.5 minus 1.5 over 2 minus 2 bigger than 0.2. Now you can do the calculation. It's optimal, basically, given these entry conditions, it's optimal to exclude the inefficient type, to charge a higher fee, basically, to exclude them. That maximizes their, given the information structure, that maximizes the revenue of the platform. Okay, so the platform basically chooses to exclude to charge a fee high enough that excludes these types that they don't want. An alternative is to provide no information, and then, by the way, the maximum payoff is pointed. An alternative is to provide no information. If you provide no information, now all of a sudden the entry conditions change, because now the inefficient type is getting a higher price. They're just getting average price, right? And so now what we see is that it's optimal, actually, for the platform to charge a tariff in order for everybody to enter. Okay.
So here you're still not endogenizing this.
I'm not still endogenizing. Exactly. Yes, that's correct. And you can see you might basically go from here and say, well, it's optimal not to provide any information because we get a bigger market size. Yeah. Now, of course, that's not incentive compatible, because if these qualities are chosen, then everybody is going to prefer, not producing. It's not observed by the market. They're going to get a high price, and so it's not going to be. This is not going to be an equilibrium outcome. So, but this kind of basically explains the key trade-off in the model, which is that you want to charge the highest possible fee, but by controlling information, you basically affect the base that you charge that fee on. Okay, and the question is, how do you balance these two trade-offs? Okay? And so you can ignore the technical mumbo jumbo. Let's just think about the revenue maximizing signal. One way to think about revenue maximization is to think about these objects that we're going to refer to, that this is going to be crucial in all of our analysis, is these interim prices. So what are these interim prices? Basically, the idea is I'm going to allow for arbitrary information structure that can be also random, in the sense that you can put in an effort. Sometimes that pushes a button, sometimes that button produces a high signal, sometimes it produces a low signal. In fact, in many settings, those are optimal. So now, from the seller's perspective, who's choosing E, they're basically pushing this button. It produces the signal. Buyer only sees the signal. They calculate their expectation. What matters from the seller's perspective is their expectation of buyer's expectation. The second order, basically, it's a form of higher order expectation. So this is sort of second order expectation. So that's what we have. Now, the incentive constraint is the usual one, which is that you should prefer to self-select into choosing an effort level. And what is the revenue maximizing signal structure? I'm not going to go into the details. Basically, what you can show is that we can get the first best level of effort from type 2, not the first best level of effort from type 1. And the optimal signal structure in this case, in this simple example, necessarily involves randomization. And these are sort of the probabilities. If you choose the 2/3, which is the low effort level, it's going to spit out the low signal. If you choose the high effort level, it's going to spit out the low signal with some probability. It's going to spit out the high signal with some probability. And you can sort of see that the revenue for the platform is actually going to go up, basically. Okay, so but the basic idea is that you want to balance incentives, so you don't want to give no information, but then at the same time you want to maximize the number of sellers who participate. So you also don't want to reveal all the information. So what are you going to do? You're going to go somewhere in between. Okay, so that's sort of the basic idea. Yes.
Do you have any reason as to why you don't want to always put signal 8 when choosing the target point? In a sense, that's going to
That's the full information case,
But
right?
they're gonna provide more incentives to put it for.
Correct. But what it turns out it does is that it makes the market, at the optimum, the market size is small. Because at the optimum, knowing that, taking as given that you're revealing all the information, you are only going to charge a fee that gets the high guys to enter and the low guys are not. Okay, so that's kind of the trade-off.
I see, so this induces those types to enter
Exactly.
and.
And then I can charge them.
Condition being the low signal, there's also trade and there's also.
Yes, that's right.
Oh, I see, you wanna mix the.
Correct.
good type with the bad type.
Correct. So you want to incentivize the trade-off is you want to give incentives, but then there is this thing that if you give a lot of incentives, then you're just not going to have a lot of bad guys.
But you also want the market to believe that even if you get a low signal,
you get some level of quality.
it might be a good guy. and
Exactly.
you're gonna get some-
Exactly.
But I think I also got confused. So here, I would have imagined at first that says, okay, let's keep the low guys out and just make the good guys expand a lot. And everybody, the size of the market is determined by your customers, not by the supply. What you have in mind here is the opposite, right? The size of the market is given by how many people each one produces one unit.
That's right. I think so. Merriam has another paper where they allow with Ugo that they allow the market size actually to interact with information. I don't think the basic results are going to change. In other words, then you have two basic decisions to make: the sort of the extent of quality and the size. Then it creates some other complications, and they deal with it in that paper. So I don't want to get into what they're doing here. What we're doing is we're just saying that there is this capacity constraint you can.
And I'm still a little confused because it sounds like if you think of the big problem, the only problem is asymmetric information. You can kill it, and you should get the Pareto efficient allocation.
You can kill it
by revealing all the information.
But then the incentives are not aligned. You're right. In this example, the first best is always reveal all the information, but then the platform is not going to gain much.
So this is like the monopolist problem.
But actually,
that would actually do the efficient allocation.
Yeah.
This is a monopolist.
You're going ahead of it.
Okay.
I'm going to show it. I'll tell you. After that. That's where we're going. Yeah.
I was working with capacity constraint. The thing like cost function that was quadratic. It's the capacity.
No, he has in mind that size of each seller. We fixed the seller. The quadratic is in effort, not in quantity.
Oh, okay, and then there's guys.
Yeah, so there is an extreme form of capacity.
Related. Some of this seems to. So does it matter that they have to charge everyone the same fee?
Yes, it does.
Because it kind of seems that you could price the high type.
Correct. You could use nonlinear pricing.
Low.
You could use that. You could in this setting. You could use nonlinear pricing to get everybody.
You could do price discrimination.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Yeah,
Extract
you can
all
use
those.
exactly. But that sort of defeats the purpose of
Right. No, this is the whole.
the question that we're after is something else. And I'm going to show you some examples where you can't even do that.
I mean, the reason I was asking is in your motivation, you were saying, oh, this is certification, and maybe I want to get it. But you always have the choice of I sell on eBay and I cannot get it.
Right. So
That kind of seems like
it's an important question, and we've thought a lot about it, to be honest with you. We've decided not to get into it that much, maybe in the future. You are right that in general, in this setting, the way I've designed it, you can do everything with nonlinear pricing, and we've intentionally left them out. You could think about, so in reality, what happens is they use both.
Right.
Most platforms use both nonlinear pricing and certification to incentivize. We can sort of think about, we had some stories where, for example, if you only use nonlinear pricing, then this is sort of think about credit rating agencies. Credit rating agencies really can't do nonlinear pricing because they don't, it's not, all the trades don't go through them. They're not in control of the trades. This is sort of the way to think about the problem of an intermediary that's not really controlling the trades. So, Airbnb, I think, is like that. When if you're a host and I'm a buyer, we do our trade, Airbnb comes and take their cut, right? So they're sort of distanced away from being liable or being a residual claimant in some sense on the trade.
Yeah, no, I mean,
But it's not even nonlinear pricing you need to do. You can say, here's the fee if you have a high rating, here's the fee for a low rating.
That's what I call a non-linear pricing. That's what I see. That's what I call non-linear pricing. But that's right. That's right. But again, it becomes, the platform basically becomes a residual claimant. You can cook up theories where you don't want the platform to be residual claimant. We can go there. I'm not going to go there. I'm just going to.
So, but just to sort of put it in the sort of contracted terms, is that you're assuming that the constraint is that the piece that agents pay also depend on the E, and you cannot control the E. The agents control the E, and then the other guys will pay. Because otherwise, you could just say, look, you can just come into the platforms, but only if you do enough effort.
All right.
That you cannot do.
No, you can do that. That one is an information structure I'm going to allow. Hold on to that.
No, that's information, but you can't tell them what you can't. You're not allowing them to. You can only do this E. It's observable, so you can. I could imagine saying, "I observe your E. If you don't do it, I shoot you." No, you're not allowing that. They get their.
Correct. That's right. So I think it's an interesting question of what is it that you should do certification? What is it that you should do nonlinear pricing, or use price schemes to incentivize? In reality, I think we see both, and I think again we can cook theories that you don't want sometimes the platform to be the residual claimant. But let me not go there. Let me skip this, go right to the model. So let me show you the general model. So again, very similar to what I showed you, the example, there's a seller of one good. It produces one vertically differentiated product. The sellers are going to choose effort that determines quality. They differ in cost of quality, and that cost is C. Imagine that data has some distribution. And the payoffs for the sellers are simply P minus C. And here, most of the talk, I'm going to normalize outside options. You can alternatively think about the tariff being their outside option. That's sort of equivalent. And that's sort of the crucial part about not using nonlinear pricing. Okay, so what is theta? As I said before, theta here is efficiency. So basically, cost function has to satisfy these properties. It has to be increasing in E, decreasing in theta, convex in E, and submodular in theta and E, which means that higher theta means lower marginal cost. Okay, so higher theta, more efficient. Okay, now here's the twist on top of the model that I showed you before, which is that I'm going to allow more general specification for market valuation. So now market valuation is not only a function of the indicator that the platform observes, or E, but it's also a function of type of the seller. So you can imagine situations where if you manage a property on Airbnb, if it's a luxury property, the cost is higher. It doesn't have to be, but a luxury property gives more value to the customer, but the cost of maintenance will potentially be higher.
Okay. And it's something that's a stake for the agent, not a choice.
Correct.
That's a different.
And so it's useful to think about these extreme cases, but because I think the example that I showed you is the sort of no selection example where V theta, V sub theta is 0. There is a case of advantageous selection where the guys who produce are efficient are also producing goods that are also very valuable by the market. But there is also a case of adverse selection, which is a lot of the models of like for example Akerloff's model would fit into that. The models that, for example, Pablo has been working on is that the case where the guys who are good at producing are producing low quality stuff. So I'm going to make a bunch of assumptions. The key thing is that I'm going to assume that the social total surplus per type is maximized, is single peaked, okay? And this single peak is increasing in theta. In case of advantageous selection, this is just automatically satisfied. But in case of the adverse selection, that puts the restrictions on what type of specification V can have. just to give you, we've talked about these examples. I think it's useful to think about them. If you have a luxury apartment, it can have a higher cost of maintenance. I want to remind you of the very basic example of a Spence. Spence is basically the case where V is independent of E. Your basic signals are useless. The only thing that they do is they just separate students from each other. But you can think about more complicated examples. So imagine that you're rating a mortgage-backed security. The guys who want to sell the mortgage-backed security always want to sell the crappy ones. They don't want to sell the good ones. They want to keep the good ones on their balance sheet. The market, of course, doesn't like that. And so you can sort of see the indicators as a rating agency and then try to sort of send to the reveal to decide what signal to send to the market. So this case again fits sort of the adverse selection specification. Okay. All right. So what's the information structure? Sellers know everything. They know their theta, they know E. The intermediary observes the effort, and then they send an information. In the paper, we also allow for this E to be noisily observed. Not a lot is the changes, but qualitatively, at least of course, quantitatively things change. And so they observe this E, and then they send the information. So what is it that they're choosing? They're choosing this intermediary is choosing a rating system, S and pi. This is sort of in statistical term, I guess, a Blackwell experiment, which is that basically for each effort level, you have a set of signals, you randomize over this set of signals. Potentially you can have noisy signals, you can have deterministic signal, everything is allowed. And again, as before, we're going to assume that market price is simply expectation of the valuation of this. You can adjust this by thinking about, for example, a linear bargaining model, but let's not go there. Let's just say that they just pay their money. So, and I'm going to talk about two objectives throughout. One is total surplus, so welfare maximizing, and the other one is revenue maximizing for the intermediate. Okay, and it turns out that those two are not the same, and of course, what comes out also depends on adverse selection versus advantageous selection. So technically, this is a mechanism design problem without transfers. In general, mechanism design problem without transfers are hard to solve. How are we going to solve it? The first step is to think about basically give a simple characterization of the set of achievable outcomes. That's for our first main result for an arbitrary rating system. And then the second step is given that, it gives us, we have this sharp characterization result, which we can then write down optimal control problems and think about optimal rating systems. Okay, so if there are no questions, let me get into the first part. So as I said, questions? No? Okay. So as I said.
Could you, in the case of grading students,
yeah.
So what is the objective?
Very good. It's not so for schools. It's unclear. Presumably maximizing tuition.
You want to give the right information. You are not interested in maximizing any profit. You want to.
Well, universities are interested in maximizing profits, as you know. Universities are interested in maximizing.
You work for a public university. And this one is non-profit.
I work for a private university. They want to maximize profits.
You're objective when you grade.
No. You could actually argue that that this idea of the grade inflation is grades are becoming less informative, and the reason for that is they want to get. They're competing with universities are competing with each other for students. And so they're inflating the grades, making them less informative in order to get them to be able to get the revenue.
In our MBA program, we don't report grades.
Yeah, MBA programs pretty much throughout the US do not report grades. Law schools, some law schools also have. And in fact, they make it.
Is not to report.
Exactly. It's no information. We report something like we, for example, give prizes. So at Tepper, we give prizes to students. I don't know. I think Stanford probably has the same rule. You give prizes, and the prizes are the signal that are informative of students' quality. So again, it's not obvious to me that universities always want to give all the information. Clearly, some of the incentives are not aligned. So that's my explanation for what happens with
No, but they want to
university
place the students giving signals. That's why you do the prices.
Correct. So again, as I said, they want to incentivize students to learn, but then at the same time, they want to maximize the pie, the size of the pie. And so that trade-off, I think, exists for universities. I think it's going to be very different. And we thought about the problem is actually very different, because then in case of universities, you have limited capacity, and then you have sorting of students into different universities. It's much more difficult, actually. We've thought about it a little bit. I don't think this model is ready to think, we were ready to think about that process of matching students to universities yet. But I think it captures some of the element in grading. I don't know if I answered your question. Okay, so we have these interim prices. What are the interim prices? Basically, you put in an effort. If you're a seller of type theta, imagine that an equilibrium profile is E of theta. You put in the effort, it generates a signal, and then the buyers sort of observe that signal, they have their posterior mean, and your price that interim price that you're going to get is going to be the second order expectation. Okay. So of course you can sort of say, well, these are kind of like transfers. So it's as if I have a mechanism design problem with monetary transfers. It turns out that not every pricing function is achievable with an information structure. Okay. So the key question is, what is the feasibility that imposed by this on these monetary transfers? The incentive compatibility is the standard sort of mechanism design incentive compatibility. Any sort of nonlinear monopoly pricing, Musaros and whatever you've seen, it has that. The key addition is the starting point. Just to give you a sense of these interim prices. So imagine that a sort of equilibrium and information structure calls for some effort profile that generates a value, an equilibrium valuation. And suppose that the one sort of information scheme is to reveal the indicator, or E, the effort level, with some probability, which could depend on the type, could depend on E, and say nothing otherwise. Okay. What that does, it generates an interim price that's also smooth at the same as the market value, and it's in between the flat one, which is no information, and it's increasing. Okay. So these play a big role. These information structure play a big role. They show up in the optimal ones quite a bit. You can think about another information revelation scheme, which is partial revelation, which is this title is misleading, which is the partitions. So another thing that comes up in a lot of time in information design is partition information structures. Now, the pricing function that comes out of partitions is these ones, because you're lumping all of these effort levels together, all of these types together in a separate equilibrium, and the pricing function is flat. Of course, this is not incentive compatible. If you're in here, you're putting an effort here, you're going to get the same price as the person that puts a potentially higher effort here. Okay. So when you do it, basically then the value is also going to have that same form. Okay. So that's kind of the key sort of effect in the model. You play around with information, it affects the effort level. The effort levels affect the information, and vice versa. Okay. So how are we going to do this? How much time do I have?
28.
28? Okay.
But how much power do you have to control the effort level? Because you could, so what you're
As
doing,
the designer,
yeah,
yeah.
basically they can lie about, they can go and choose the effort level of some other type.
Yes.
And that will be revealed, but they can't choose something outside. Let's say
Yeah. I'm assuming that good point. I'm assuming that sorry, I cut you off. I know where you go. I'm assuming that the designer can control off-path belief space.
Right, that's
it's a standard.
Yes, yes, if you do something that's
Classic
off,
mechanism.
I send a signal that's so horrible,
Yeah,
you never want
that's,
to.
yeah, I've got to send a signal that this guy is just the worst seller ever, and the market is gonna believe that. So there is a coordination. Yeah, it's off equilibrium, but there's a coordination problem in the sense that buyers are gonna believe that too, controlling their off-path beliefs. Perfect. Okay, so that's, I think it's an interesting problem. There are some people who thought about it, but at least in this one, we're not going to play around with off-path beliefs. I think it's a very interesting question. So let's think about these. Let me just before getting to all the technical details, which I don't want to get too much into. I just want to tell you a little bit about an intuition of what these prices are. So think about this price. So what is this price? It's a weighted average of weighted averages of market values, right? Posterior is a weighted average of market values, right? You have a belief condition on a signal, and the second order expectation is a weighted average of these weighted averages. So P is the weighted average of market values. So you would expect P to have less dispersion than the market values, right? If you think about P as a random variable, P would have less dispersion than market values. So in fact, what I'm going to show you is that that's indeed the only restriction on prices. As long as you have a vector, you have a random variable that's less dispersed than market values, you can implement it with some information structure. Okay, so and for that, this is a little bit different language that you guys are used to. We're going to say for any vector of market values V bar, we're going to say a P majorizes V bar, or if you want second order is majorized by P by V bar, or this notation if they have the same mean, and in their quantile representation, for any quantile, the expected value of P below that quantile is higher than the expected value of V bar below the same quantile. Okay. All right. This is, again, I think we've gone back and forth a little bit in some of the optimal control problems using the majorization. Using the majorization formulation helps, but this is sort of a standard second order stochastic dominance. Okay. So with second order stochastic dominance, what we basically is, you would say that there is basically the P and V bar satisfy convex order effectively, which means that the expectation of P for any convex function is less than expectation of V bar for the same convex function. Okay. Okay, so that's sort of the first main result of the first part, which is that take any interim prices and any market valuations, as long as we have this majorization relationship, we can come up with an information structure. Okay. That's sort of the first characterization result of the first part of the paper. What is the idea? The idea is basically to use hyperplanes, and let me not get into all the details. You skip all this sort of stress and lemma. You basically, the way to think about it is, let me just give you a hint of it. The way you think about it is that you sort of think about, you go to the space of measures over probability measures over joint distribution of V bar and P, okay? And the set that can come out of an arbitrary signal structure is a convex set, okay? And then you can show that whenever majorization is satisfied, you can find two hyperplanes that, in other words, you cannot come up with a hyperplane that puts the function that satisfies majorization from this convex set. And then by separating hyperplane theorem, we're done. So the key question is how to come up with that hyperplane. Let me not get into the details of it. Okay, but bottom line, that's sort of the idea. Okay. So basically, what we have this corollary, which is that if we have an effort profile and a price profile, interim price profiles, then they come out of an equilibrium for arbitrary rating system if they satisfy the following. One, they satisfy an incentive compatibility, which is utilities have to be increasing and continuous. You cannot have discontinuous utilities for arbitrary distributions. And they satisfy the sort of envelope condition. Okay, that's sort of standard incentive compatibility, and they satisfy the majorization constraint. So basically, the way to think about it is that we have standard mechanism design here, standard contracting, standard Musa-Rosen, with an additional constraint, which is that prices cannot be more dispersed than these market values. Okay, we cannot have we cannot have really steep incentives all throughout the distribution. We cannot get everybody, to put in a lot of effort. Basically, that's kind of roughly speaking the idea. Okay, so now we're going to focus on two classes of optimal allocations. One is basically total surplus, okay, and the other is revenue of intermediary. This idea is to think about competition between rating agencies versus monopolist rating agencies, and think about how can we tell the two apart, what are the incentives, and so on and so forth. Okay. So hopefully we can sort of say, like after the financial crisis, there was all these discussions about rating agencies and how they're not informed, the signals are not very informative. You could argue that maybe there is some form of price fixing or monopoly power in that market, and that's related. Basically, you can sort of use this market. Okay, so some technical details. One, ignore what it says on top. This is basically the standard sort of sensibility definition that we all deal with in signaling models. And what we have is that the PE pair is incentive compatible if and only if it satisfies the sort of envelope condition integral form, and EMP are increasing in theta. The key assumptions I'm going to make is that the first best allocations or the first best effort levels are actually increasing. This is guaranteed with advantageous selection because with advantageous selection, the guys who are low cost also create the best goods, so they should put in a lot of effort. With adverse selection, it's not so obvious that it's socially beneficial for lower cost people to put in more effort. There's a trade-off. Higher theta means low cost, but that means lower valuation. So the assumption here is that the low cost sort of wins in total surplus. Okay, so let me go to advantageous selection. So this is the main result for total surplus. This is what Sebastian was saying. Suppose we have advantageous selection, then there exists a price function that makes the first best allocation incentive compatible, satisfy the incentive compatibility condition, and also is less steep than market value. Okay? So in other words, we can always implement first best with an information structure when we have advantageous selection. The idea is quite simple. Basically, you sort of look at the IC constraint when you reveal. So basically, you reveal all the information. When you reveal all the information, the price that you get is just simply B. Right? And so now the incentive constraint is basically you're gonna equate the derivative of P with marginal cost. Right? So marginal prices have to be equal to marginal cost. And at the optimum, this marginal cost is actually less than the change in the value, because the change in the value can come from the marginal value of effort plus the direct change in valuation, right? And so at the optimum, these two things are equal. This thing is positive, which means that the price schedule is less steep than the valuation schedule. In other words, with advantageous selection, I don't need a lot of incentives to get people to produce the first best. So I can just do the first best, maximize the total surplus. Everything is nice and okay. So what about revenue maximization? So suppose that V exhibits advantageous selection. Then in the revenue optimal allocation, majorization constraint, the dispersion constraint is never binding. More than that, revenue maximizing gradient system is always partially revealing. So remember the partially revealing. Let me go back. So in the partially revealing one, how do we reveal information? Basically, we say, show me your effort. I'm going to generate a signal that's equal to your effort with some probability. And I'm going to generate no signal or some other alternative signal with complementary probability. So I reveal what you did with probabilistically. Okay. And what we're saying is that with advantageous selection, monopoly outcome is always this information structure, always. And that's independent of whether you have bunching, whether you don't have bunching, whatever you have, this is the optimal. So why is that? So this is kind of
with the probability with which you reveal can be different for different.
Yes, that depends on the distribution of types and the basically cost point. You can come up with distribution of types.
The first example for one guy, you always input the other guy something different.
Correct. That's right. With discrete, it's always going to depend. With continuous, I think you can cook examples where it doesn't depend on, but yeah, with discrete distributions always.
In the case of Airbnb, they don't want to always tell you this is a great place, because then the low quality ones would come in.
Yes.
So you gotta fudge it enough that they come in.
Exactly. But then you don't want to, fudge it too much because then they're gonna lower their quality is gonna. That's right.
But is it the case that you never exclude people?
If monopolists, no. Well, I think no. I guess even in 101, it's never. You cannot show that. It depends on the distribution, right? Sometimes you.
Okay, there are examples where there's some parts of the distribution.
Yeah, you might want to exclude people. You might want to not exclude. It really depends on the distribution of the valuations and cost. The other thing I want to mention is that for a while we were sort of thinking about these rating systems as kind of goofy, in the sense that in reality we thought you don't see random rating systems. One way to rationalize them is to say that that the platform doesn't reveal the rating system to the market. So in other words, imagine that you generate a signal of the effort, you generate a deterministic signal. If your effort goes above a certain threshold, you put a certificate on you, but imagine that you don't announce the threshold. The market has some prior about the threshold, and in equilibrium, that prior is the same as your what the platform does. That generates an information structure that looks like this. In reality, when you think about it, correct? So sorry,
could you explain that again?
So here's what it is. I'm gonna say, if your effort is above half, I'm gonna put a certificate. If it's below half, no, I'm gonna say if it's above a threshold, I'm gonna put a certificate. If it's below that threshold, I'm not going to put a certificate. But I'm not going to tell you what that threshold is. I'm going to tell you a distribution of that threshold. So that threshold is random. So from the seller's perspective, the seller now faces a random signal, because if they produce, they don't know where the threshold is. Okay, and that implements something like this. Basically,
does that satisfy the continuity?
Sorry.
Does that satisfy the continuity?
It does, because if the threshold is continuously distributed, yeah, then the continuity.
And by playing with the distribution of that threshold, they reproduce the distribution of the alpha.
Correct. Sometimes you might need more than one threshold. You might need 2 or 3 thresholds. It's not obvious that you always can do it with one threshold. You might need to increase the number of thresholds, but you can basically always get a partially revealing system like that. And you can kind of basically, this sort of to some extent rationalizes the fact that we don't know what Google's ranking is. We don't know.
That tells you something that that alpha thing was increasing. Because that kind of thing creates if you're high type, the probability of being correct, is higher.
Correct.
So that was a property of that.
Okay, so what's the idea here? The idea is, again, this is the sort of simple part, which is that, when we have sort of we typically think about the relaxed problem where we ignore majorization. The relaxed problem is sort of, textbook nonlinear pricing, Musa Rosen. In that model, because we're maximizing the revenue of an intermediary, there's always, you can show that there's always, at the optimum, there is always under provision of effort relative to first best. Since there's always under provision of effort relative to first best, the margin at the optimum of that relaxed problem, marginal value of effort is higher than marginal cost. And then the incentive constraint basically says, well, if I would come up with a price that satisfies this, the slope of the price is going to be less than the slope of the market values, and so it satisfies majorization. It's all various. Okay, so the optimal information structure for a monopolist is to use partial. Okay, what's interesting, I think, is more interesting to us at least, is the adverse selection sort of case. So this is a case where the guys who are not very good at putting effort are producing good stuff. Okay. The alternative, think about, if they're selling a good like in Akrolov, they value a good that market also values. That's sort of the alternative interpretation. So this is the first result, which is that if V exhibits adverse selection, you cannot implement first best. Okay. So first best is not implementable. In other words, there is no price function that satisfies incentive compatibility and satisfies majorization. Remember that given our assumptions about first best being increasing, a price function absent majorization always exists that makes things incentive compatible. Again, when the adverse selection is very extreme, then the effort level becomes decreasing, and then you can't even implement the first best. But let's ignore that for a second. If you can implement first best with a price schedule, then you cannot come up with a price schedule that's steeper than valuation. And the intuition is exactly the opposite of the advantageous selection case. In the advantageous selection case, in first best, marginal value of effort equals marginal cost of effort, right? And now the changes, has to be the same as the change in price by the optimality condition. That has to be equal to the marginal price by the optimality condition by the incentive compatibility. But when you think about the change in valuations, it's the marginal value of effort plus the direct change of the valuation, which is negative because V theta is negative. Okay, so if you wanted to sort of come up with if you came up with a price function that implements PEI, meaning it makes EFB incentive compatible, it's going to violate that. It's going to be too steep. The rewards have to be too high, and you cannot have in this model with information structures, you cannot have too high of rewards for everyone.
But so the guess then is that if we had FB theta decreasing now, in that case, then the same argument as before will work, because you're flipping the sign of that. So now,
well, first of all, incentive compatibility rules out E theta decreasing. So EFB theta is decreasing, it's not implementable, period. So you have to come up with another effort schedule. Okay, so we have the Spence-Mirrlees condition. The Spence-Mirrlees condition says that anything that's incentive compatible has to be monotone increasing.
Yeah, that's true.
So if EFB is decreasing, you cannot implement it even with the price, even absent the majorization constraint.
Here's what I want. Yeah, I'm missing is suppose I want to think that the type is your Cartier, and you produce something very fancy. People like it. It's also very expensive to produce. That seems like that fits into adverse selection.
Correct.
And then since it's so fancy, you don't need to do other things that the E would capture, like advertising. That doesn't seem like an impossible situation. Just let them charge a high price for like high quality.
I think what you have in mind basically might violate the Spence-Mirrlees condition. Really, I think that's what you have in mind might violate.
Right.
And then I think I don't know how to solve problems basically. We don't have this sorting of types.
It just seems like a natural.
No, I'm with you. I just don't know how to solve mechanisms without Spence-Mirrlees.
Right.
To be honest, maybe others know. I just don't know. It's an interesting problem. We have to think about it. I think, you get it a little bit, you might be able to do it with sort of multidimensional mechanism design. There are some techniques to deal with it, but at this point, I think what I have to think about it a bit more. I think your example violates this one. But bottom line is that when EFB is decreasing, that's what I was going to say. If EFB is decreasing, then you can't even implement first pass. Of course, you can still implement something that's incentive compatible. You can come up with the best thing that's incentive compatible. That's still going to violate majorization. You can still not implement it. So it's fine. Yes, exactly. You can still not implement it with the.
I'm sorry, in that case, wouldn't it be flat EF1?
No, not necessarily. You could get all sorts of stuff. For example, you could get flat. So flat is bunching. You could get like increasing then bunching, or bunching then increasing. Depends on the distributions and all the details. Okay, but bottom line is that you're right. If it's flat, you can implement it. But the minute it's not flat, if it's increasing any place, you cannot do it. Fine. I have 2 more slides to show. Okay. So what can we say about adverse selection? This is the part that I don't have super good intuition, but I'll just show you the sort of the mathematical reason. So let me make an assumption to make life a bit easier. So suppose that the B function, the market values, has this form. W of theta times D. Okay, so your effort increases it, but W is decreasing. So higher theta means lower values. Okay. And let's also assume that the distribution of types has density everywhere and is log concave. Okay, and that's standard assumption. Then we can show that. And again, we don't have good intuition, but let me just show you the main result. The main result is that you cannot, so you can always sort of think about optimal information structure as full revelation. It's going to induce some effort level, right? And it turns out that the effort level that it's going to induce can be sometimes too low. And so and in fact, for extreme values of theta, it's going to be too low. And so for optimal information structure basically looks like the following. For low values of theta, you pool everyone. So there is a pooling level of effort, okay, where everybody puts in below theta 1, everybody puts in the same level. Okay, so you get bunching there. In the middle, you reveal all the information. Again, we'd like to reveal all the information because we want to maximize the acceptance. At the top, you go back to mixing, to partial mix. So at the top, you're going to basically, again, mix between a generic signal and the effort. Okay? Yeah.
Under at the bottom, there's no effort at the bottom.
Say that again?
They don't put any effort.
Very good. Actually, I think what I'm telling you here is a bit incomplete because there has to be, thank you. That's a great point. There has to be another threshold for effort, which is that you send the worst signal. Sorry, I didn't tell you the off-path. I didn't tell you the off-path signal, but you're right. There has to be an off-path signal that says below the pooling effort level at the bottom, this is the worst guy possible. Above that, pooling, then full revealing, and then but the bottom line is that the property that keeps coming out to us, and at this point, unfortunately, we don't have great intuition. It's just all the calculus of variation is what is telling us that is that you cannot reveal information at the 2 extremes. So in some sense, you want to have some form of censorship at the high extreme and at the low extreme. Okay, with adverse selection. At some point I thought I had one, but I don't want to even try it because I don't want to confuse it. Revenue maximization here is more complicated. There is a trade-off between, again, you want to cut back on your effort because there is this monopolist that wants to charge you this fee, but then you have to also respect majorization. You also have to think about adverse selection. Here things are a little bit more simpler, and what you get is that basically under assumption one, yeah, so you get again pooling at the bottom and partial revealing.
So you just
At the
lose
top.
the full revealing.
Exactly. Full revelation here is not good because it just means that you're not making the size of the pie as big as possible. Because here, remember, here the whole goal, the whole game is making the number of sellers that sell the highest possible, conditional on a fee. There is a trade-off there is a standard trade-off. If I increase the fee, less people participate. But conditional on the fee or conditional on fee, I want to get the highest number of people to participate, which means that I want to give the highest possible prices to the lowest type, to the marginal type that's participating. At the same time, I have to respect incentives. So I just don't want to give all the information as a monopolist.
So between theta 1 and theta 2?
Yeah. This is a typo. Sorry about that.
It's the same threshold?
Yes. Sorry about that. That's a typo. Yes. So it's basically the pricing function effectively looks like this. You sort of have this full price at this level P1, and then something like that. The valuations are a little bit crazy because here now, since effort is flat, valuations are actually decreasing. These guys have higher, generate higher valuations for the market, and then that's sort of the these are the P's, these are the P's.
Is there some sort of rescaling where you could, instead of using E as your unit, you use V as your unit?
Yeah. I want to say yes, but then I think what happens is that I think the problem is that there's no one-to-one correspondence then between V and E, because your E could go up and your theta is going down, can keep your V the same. The rescaling can only happen with advantageous selection. With adverse selection, you can't do that.
But I guess you wouldn't necessarily have the defense for these conditions.
Correct. Well, correct. But I think there, I cannot even come up with an E. Well, I guess conditional on theta I can.
Suppose you say you choose V and there's a cost function given theta for
that's right.
V.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
That would be a useful rescaling.
Yes. That's a good one. And exactly what it does to the defense communities, I think that, we should think about that. So that's all I have.
Just
yes.
So that this last information trigger. So this is doing that. Guess all that is doing is making this price function less steep by having this random. Is there like a discontinuity in the effort level at
yes, at the threshold? Yes, there has to be a discontinuity at the effort level because basically the way to think about it is that this marginal type has to be different between the top scheme and the bottom scheme. And so if you're participating in the bottom scheme, per unit of effort, you get a lot of value, you generate a lot of value. So your effort level has to go down to compensate for that. So that indifference condition creates this discontinuity. And this is another thing that sort of is slightly different than sort of standard information structure that comes out of standard sort of Bayesian persuasion models where we simply have an exogenous state distribution and we want to sort of, typically sort of their I don't know how to put it. I think that there is typically the let me tell you in person. Let me I should say it. Yeah. That's it.
Okay. So thank you. Now lunch, there is a barbecue for lunch. So follow a local, we'll have lunch next to the grill.
Also at the top,
You have partial.
There's partial revelation.
This is the problem. This is theta one. This is what. This is theta.
No, but
those two are both theta.
Here's the difference. Tell you, and here I tell you yes. This is something.
Some arguments are saying,
That's what I'm saying. There's,
like mixing.
if you're highly, it's the same. Below this, cool. Above this, some probability at the top, but I'm pulling one. Okay, so it's right here. Good now.
Okay. If you want, you can leave your.
El teléfono de atrás.
Comparting the function. Isn't it the case that if you have a selection, it's always? So you make it almost, you make it very close to that.
Almost no.
What's the very close? Without a reservation, why isn't the point exactly when everybody is zero?
So implementation is basically in these environments with risk with quasi-linear utility. Implementation is not. So with quasi-linear utility, implementation is equivalent to
A ver, si quieres. Ahí, yo la arrastro al escritorio. ¿Está? Juan.
Ya cerrado, ¿no?
Esto que ha cerrado, sí.
Ahí lo puedo dejar entonces.
Listo. So,
That's really.
Bueno, es 1 minuto y 9 segundos para empezar. Puedes sentar el minuto. So let's start. We have Oscar Volij, who will speak about what is generating crime. You have an hour.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for organizing the conference. Really great position. This is the paper is Can More Police Use More Crime, and it's joint work with Jacinda Lasso and Federico Rosenbaum here. Questions you can also ask him. The title speaks about crime, but in fact, there are so many types of crime. In fact, we are dealing with theft. Okay, not violent crime, not it's just theft. Okay, so we know that the topic of crime and theft in particular, the early economists were very, very aware of the existence and the influence of crime on the allocation of resources in the economy. And here there is a famous quote by Pareto that says the efforts of men are utilized in 2 different ways. They are directed to the production of or transformation of economic goods, or else to the appropriation of goods produced by others. And there is another famous and very appropriate apt quote by John Stuart Mill: "It is lamentable to think how great a proportion of all efforts and talents in the world are employed in merely neutralizing one another," and claims that the role of government is to reduce this wretched waste to the smallest amount. I like this expression, wretched waste. But in spite of the fact that people were aware of the fact that crime is an important activity or an economic activity, there were not many papers or many models that model effects of crime or crime itself. So I will give a very partial survey of some of the papers, but the seminal paper, in fact, effectively is not the first one, but is the most important one is the one by Gary Becker, Crime and Punishment. This is Becker wrote a paper taking the economic approach to crime. Okay, and the thing that most of, if not all, the empirical literature today is based on this paper. Everybody cites it. Everybody. This is the paper, and in fact, it's really dry. I'm not so sure that it's exactly full economic basis for purely Walrasian model, but it's the closest thing that one can imagine to an economic model. The papers by Havelmo and Hirschleifer are more game theoretic approach. The approach is more game theoretic. This paper by Herzl Grossman is a very nice paper. It's a simple one, but I think it's one of the first that in which I think that he uses a really strict general equilibrium approach. It's a very simplified example when one can say, but I think that he nails the way of modeling this. And then there are the other game theoretic models. This Scaperdas is one exponent, and also the modeling of crime was approached by Burdett, Lagos, and Wright in several papers, and this is the first one, and I think that it is a search theoretic approach, again, not fully regression. And this Dalbo and Dalbo it's takes the 2x2 production model and introduces theft I think that means we learned from this model. Okay, so I spend a lot of time thinking how I can introduce the theft into the general equilibrium model. In the textbook model, I almost gave up until once I met Federico and chatting. I don't know. In the end, I think that I don't remember exactly, but once we found this Dalbo and Dalbo paper, we realized that's the way. But now it looks simple to me, but I know that I spent at least 10 years trying to figure out how to do it. The empirical literature, I don't know it so much, but during the last years, I was reading many empirical papers that deal with the problem or the question of whether police reduce crime, or in fact, they try to show that police does indeed reduce crime. And I think that most of the papers, or all of them, maybe I am exaggerating a little bit, they look as follows. They say, well, until now, there were many attempts to show that police reduce crime, and all of them failed because of genetic problems, or because they didn't take into account this, they didn't like that. Until now, I am now going to show you that that police really reduces crime. Until the next paper, he will give the same introduction, the next paper, the same introduction. And apparently it's something very, very difficult, apparently, empirically, to make the data show what everybody thinks that it's an obvious fact of life, that if you increase the amount of police, the crime level will be reduced. But also, when they usually don't even show any model. I saw that yesterday all the talks started with a small model, they explain the model, and then calibration. Okay, these papers they don't give any model. Why? Because they say, well, we follow Becker. According to Becker's paper, more police reduce more police, less crime. Okay, and so on. But except for Becker's model, I think that there is. That means we can find a paper in which they show that police reduces crime or the opposite. And in fact, there are these two surveys that from the Journal of Economic Literature, in which they survey the empirical literature, because the theoretical literature is almost non-existent, and they survey and they explain, they say, well, there's a section, models of crime, okay, models of crime, but in fact they explain, give a simple version or understandable versions, readable version of Becker's model, okay, and that's it. That's what there is, I think, unless I'm wrong, and I would be glad if somebody points to other papers. And then what we try to do is to introduce crime into the textbook general equilibrium model. So we didn't want to write a new model. Okay? We want the general equilibrium model, the typical model that appears in Mascolin, and introduce theft. And see what happens. What happens when you have this, when you manage to introduce theft to the model. And so, but this is not the paper that I'm speaking about. Today, we are going to apply this model to show one theoretical result in one version of the model. Okay. And I don't know whether it's clear from this bullet point, but essentially what we do in this paper is that it is possible to incorporate any appropriation technology. I understand that this is difficult to understand now. Later, I will explain later. Any appropriation technology that is available to the thieves into a well-rationed economy so that in equilibrium, more police will induce more crime. So in our model, I will be more explicit soon, one of the ingredients of the model is the appropriation technology, okay? How thieves commit theft, okay? And what we are going to show is that it's not just the one example of this phenomenon, but you can give me any technology that you like as long as it looks reasonable, okay? Give me any technology and I will complete the economy with the other data and I will show you that in equilibrium, and in fact this equilibrium can be made in equilibrium, if you increase a little bit the police, the crime will increase. Okay, so essentially it says that you will never be able to prove a theorem that says under this assumption more police will reduce crime within this model. Okay, so and in fact this holds also even if the level of police is the optimal one. Okay, so there is in every economy there might be an optimal level of police protection, and even when at the optimal level of police protection, it may be the case that increasing a little bit the police will reduce crime. I say this may not be so interesting, but in one of those surveys, the authors say that well, they don't say that this is impossible, but they say that it's reasonable to believe, or it would be very strange if this happens at the optimal level. So it may happen that more police increases crime, but at the optimal level, this is unreasonable. And we show that there's no relationship between this perverse phenomenon and the optimality of police. Okay. So I think that unless there are questions or whatever,
why do you call it perverse?
I call it perverse. No, it's perverse in the sense that you don't expect that more police will increase. That is the effect of police. So there's no more examples.
Sorry, what? Is there any evidence that more police led to more crime in any of those countries?
Well, you're asking the wrong question, the wrong person, because I don't look at the data, but looking at the papers, what happens is that they always try to show that more police reduces crime, and they get the opposite result. Sometimes they get, that the parameter is 0, that means they estimated. Sometimes it's positive, but then they say, well, but that's the reason is because you didn't apply the right econometric techniques, okay? But this positive effect pops up, but I'm not sure that you want to you trust it so much. Okay, I wouldn't say that there is evidence. The few papers that find the negative relationship, the papers show that, well, there is some negative relationship, but it's very mild, and if in the short term, only, if you add a policeman here, then it affects 1 or 2 blocks, not anymore. So the evidence is very small, and we don't deal with evidence. So just we say, in the end, we introduce this crime.
But it's a good way to motivate the paper. It actually does happen.
I couldn't hear.
It's a good motivation for your paper. That relationship also.
Yeah, but I think that since it's so difficult to prove the negative relationship, I think that nobody proved empirically. Let's say a positive relationship. Casual observation. I don't know how to do this because it's but this is a theoretical paper, okay? So I am quoting empirical papers because this is what there is. In the crime literature, there's a huge amount of papers on empirical, and I wish there were more on theoretical papers, but there's almost nothing. And okay, so this paper is a big proportion of the literature. And okay.
But essentially what you're telling us that Becker got it wrong.
No. I'm not saying that Becker is wrong. I said Becker wrote some kind of model. Okay, it's a model. It's the first.
You wanted to constrain to a.
No, now I said
model.
Becker's model. If you want to write it formally and in the clearest way, does not fit the textbook model. Okay? In some sense, it's more realistic. The methods model their probabilities and all of it. I say no. When I teach a general equilibrium model or partial equilibrium model, you know, I have individuals with preference and endowment. I want this model because it would be a shame if economists cannot use the regression model to say something, even if you say nonsense, but the model must be able to say something. So it's not that it's wrong, but at least
inconsistent with it.
Yeah. And so this is the textbook model, nothing else. And I will tell you when I introduce something what doesn't appear in Mascole's book, let's say. Okay, there are three commodities. It will be what is called the partial equilibrium model, but partial equilibrium doesn't mean that it's not general equilibrium. It means only that the utilities are quasi-linear, which helps us speak about the welfare and things like that. Also, there are three commodities: time, capital, and peanuts. Peanuts is the consumption good. Time is you consume time, but you also use time for production purposes and also to steal. There is a technology that transforms labor into peanuts according to the constant returns to scale production function, which is assumed to be convex or Douglas, whatever you like. There is a continuum of agents, and each agent is characterized. All the agents in this model, since for my purposes, the agents will be all identical. Okay, you can generalize and make them different, but in principle, they have a quasi-linear utility function. This is the utility of peanut, or the willingness to pay for X units of peanuts, and L is the leisure that they consume. And they have some endowment of labor and capital. This is what they have. They are born with this. We assume the typical assumptions now that this utility or the willingness to pay for peanuts satisfy this kind of another condition. And everybody is the same, okay? Everybody has the same amount of capital, the same amount of labor, 24 hours, let's say, and the same utility function. This makes the notation easier. What else? And the production function satisfies this another condition. This is technical, this is not important, but they allow us to say something in an easy way. And now, individuals who are born with the time, they can use it to sleep, let's say, or to work, or to spend it on appropriation activities, let's call it. Okay? So this is and how do we model first? There is the appropriation technology, and it's represented in this way. There is this function A that takes two arguments. One is the level of crime in the society, and the other one is the level of police. The important thing so far is the level of crime. And for each pair of crime level in the economy and the level of police in the economy, you get a proportion of the stealable wealth that gets stolen. Okay? So thieves go out, they try to steal something, and how much they steal? Well, this proportion A of YT of what there is, okay? And what there is, maybe a lot, maybe little, okay? But this is not the total amount of stolen goods, but the proportion of what is available for stealing.
And all individuals get the same amount stolen from them?
I will tell you, this is the...
Why don't we have like a little KB? So this should depend also on how much effort I put, right?
No, this is not, it will be more clear. So you go out to steal, the amount you will get will depend on how much do they go to theft. If you devote 1 hour, you will get something that is
proportional. But then they aggregate A and Y and T.
But what you get will depend on how many what the competition you have. Okay? Because there will be many thieves around, and then you will get much less. Okay, the more you steal, the more you devote to stealing, the more you get. But the higher the level of crime, then you will get relatively less. Okay. This is important to understand because this is the whole point. Okay, and the assumption is that if there, what did I do? If the level of theft is 0, then the proportion is 0. This is the thing, and this technology is concave, and this is the only thing we need. It's concave, it starts in 0.
So here there's going to be a coordination issue, right? If aggregate, because I'm atomistic, if aggregate A is 0, if I go and steal, I get 0. Right? Because the aggregate will be 0 when the aggregate crime is 0. If I go and I'm the only one doing crime.
What if there is no theft, then nothing is stolen. The proportion of
exactly, but that's an aggregate number.
Yeah.
So if I'm the only one stealing, I get 0.
No, here you will get something.
Show us how much you get as a thief.
I will show you.
Yeah.
In a second. Okay. In a second. Yeah. I know that it's. Here it is. Now you have the little a will be the average level of the average. Is the big A divided by the level of theft. Big A divided by Y. Okay, this is okay, but when Y is 0, you in principle it's undefined, but you know that it's exactly to the derivative of A at 0. I will show you the picture. This is something that we learned when we are in the first year, and then we forget. Okay, so here is the picture. Okay. This is the average. The average.
This is not helping me, at least. Do you have a function that tells me how much do I get as a function of my action?
Exactly. So suppose that there's no theft inside, and you will go out and go to steal. You will get per unit of time. You will get this amount.
Times what? Times 0.
No, times the amount you start. You start stealing. I mean, you per unit of time devoted to your return.
Are you also confused?
I think I'm solving my confusion very slowly.
Here's what will help me. That I have a production function at the individual level, a technology at the individual level that is a function of 3 things. The average crime, the average police, and my action. And if I see that function, it would be very helpful.
Okay, it will appear. So but essentially, but before I give you the answer before I show you, but essentially, this is the average different levels of crime. This is the average return to stealing per unit of time. So when you decide
linear and how much time you devote. It's linear for yourself and how much time you devote.
I mean, there is a continuum of agents.
Yeah.
Okay. So you know that you will not affect the return. So the level of crime, let's say, is whatever, no 1. Okay?
So there's no diminishing returns to time spent stealing at the individual level.
No, at the individual level, no, because you are nothing. You are a drop.
You don't get tired.
You are a drop in the ocean. You see the
exactly. So the average stealing is 0. When I steal more, I get 0.
No.
Okay, then I'll shut up.
Sorry, wait a second. Now, when we reach the budget constraint, you will see what you get. Bear with me. And so, just like in the typical model, what is a bundle for an individual? The bundle now is composed of the amount of peanuts you consume, that is in the bundle, the amount of leisure, and the amount of time that you devote to stealing. Okay, those are the things that you decide as an individual. This is a typical bundle. It looks like this. And now, again, I do the same thing. Now, suppose that everybody, you decide yi, okay? And I decide my yi. Everybody decides yi. What is the level of theft? Is this the integral, which you can interpret it as the sum of the average. The average, okay? This is the aggregate level of crime. the average level of crime. It's the sum or the integral of the time devoted by all the continuum of it. And now, what proportion of the stolen goods will I get? I will get which proportion I will get my time that I devote divided by the average level. Okay. So I will observe some y, okay, and then what I will get is the little y, the higher the little y, the higher the number of goods I will see. It will be clear when we, but you say that.
I mean that, but since they're all the same, this equilibrium is going to be 1, right? You're going to get 1. Why I is going to be the same for all I, right?
No. It's very confusing. No, what happens in equilibrium that we will be indifferent. And so, in fact, the yi will not be determined. We are being different between spending another minute stealing or working.
But there is a number, right?
In equilibrium, there will be y, capital Y. Capital Y will be an equilibrium, but y sub I is not determined. What we know is that the integral will be equal to 1. So this is what will happen. But it may well be the case. It may well be the case that everybody uses the same yi. Okay, so wait a second. It will be. Apart from that, exogenous, the government exogenously will impose some level of police, which is time that is like a conscription. Okay, so your tax and you have to pay some tax, police. Okay, this is not important. And so, what is a feasible location? Okay, what is a feasible location? It will be amount of capital, amount of labor in the economy. This is aggregate and assignment. This is a function. Each individual will consume some xi, will sleep some li, and will devote some time to stealing yi. Each individual in equilibrium may be all the same, okay, but it's a function. And the crime level y that satisfies the following. So this, what does it say?
But then one thing. So since you have to finance the police department, and then if you want to increase T, you're gonna tax more these guys, and then the income effect is gonna make you steal more.
Well, you are solving the model, right? Let me present it, and we will see.
No, just
you're like my students; they always are ahead.
Yeah, I'm still student. Okay.
So something will happen, but T is an exogenous variable decided by the government. Okay? So it's for any T, we have an equilibrium. T is fixed in this model.
Yeah, but then you're going to move it.
Then we will ask, okay, for different T's, we will have different equilibria. We can ask what is the optimal thing, and then we can ask also what happens if we increase T. But T is something decided by the government. It's outside the model. So for now, you can think of T as an exogenous variable that already is. Okay. And so what is an equilibrium? I need to tell you what is the level of the average level of capital, the level of labor, what the bundle that each individual consumes. There will be a level of crime, and it must be that the amount of peanuts that we consume equals the amount of peanuts that we produce. Okay, the amount of labor that we are born with. Okay, this is the aggregate, okay, because the consumers are 0, 1. So L is what I have, and also the integral is the aggregate. So the aggregate amount of time is divided into the aggregate amount of leisure plus the aggregate amount of labor, which is this L, the time that we work, the aggregate amount of time spent on appropriation activities, and the time that we devote to police. We have to pay time to protect the property. And now, what is this K? It must be the exogenously given K. And this YI, the level of crime, will be the aggregate time spent by all individuals. If you give me this pair and this function like this, and if they satisfy this equality, this is a feasible allocation. That's it. The exogenous variables are L bar, K bar, and T, and the functions F, and in equilibrium, and what are the endogenous variables are the amount of peanuts we decide to consume, the amount of time that we decide to spend sleeping and stealing.
So the T is kind of taxing the people's time endowment in a way?
Yeah, T is in terms of time.
Right.
It's time or money is the same here. I am not speaking about money, but this is time. We are born with some time, and we have to, and the police is, well, the government tax you and you give T to the government, and so you have less time.
So the only non-linear technology is the production of peanuts. The production of security services is linear, and the production of crime is linear in labor. Like the marginal product of labor.
No, you.
In policing is one. And
no, but this T will be inside the aggregate, this function A that I showed you earlier. Okay, I don't know whether it's here.
Okay.
So T is the amount that you are taxed, and this is introduced into the A function. Okay.
Yeah, the marginal product of police time is in the A function.
Exactly. Again, the more police, the less crime in principle. Okay, but yeah, but it will. And now we want to say what the equilibrium is, which will be the competitive equilibrium, the typical competitive equilibrium. Okay, and so the wage rate is normalized to 1, and the police. I mean, as long as the taxation should be exogenous again. So let's assume that everybody pays the same amount of taxes. Okay, that is not does not depend on what you do. Okay, this is what is important. And here comes the thing. Okay, this is a verbal description of the budget constraint. The resources that an individual has available for the purchase of peanuts consist of the portion of his legitimate income, the net of taxes, that is not stolen. Okay, he works, and some part will be stolen. The rest he can use it to buy peanuts, plus the amount of money, let's say, that he gets by stealing. And all this money he devotes to buying peanuts. Okay, and here it is. Okay, the returns to theft for an individual is this little a, the average. You see what is the average amount of, or what is the average proportion that you get when you spend 1 hour stealing. Okay, it will be this proportion times the value of the product. This is the amount of peanuts, but we transform this into money units, which is time units. So this is the rate of return that you see when you decide whether to work or go stealing. Okay, and this is the budget. Okay, this is what you need to understand. Here we can spend all the time we want. So this is the formal expression of this bullet point. This is the amount of money that you spend on peanuts must be equal to what? Well, this is what you get. This is your legitimate income. And you have some K, you have your interest rate, the rental rate, and this is your income. And all this is the amount of time that you spend working, because it's the total amount of time minus the time that you sleep, minus the time that you spend stealing, minus the tax that you pay to the government. So this difference is exactly the amount of time that you spend working, and all this is in the end your income, because the wage rate is 1. Okay? So this is what your legitimate income. But you will be stolen. Okay, what the proportion A will be stolen from you, and so you end up with 1 minus A times all this. So this is what it remains from your legitimate income. But you spend this amount of time out in the streets, and when you got, well, proportional to the amount of time you work, you multiply by the returns to stealing. which is, well, is this a little proportion times what is available for stealing, which is the value of the production. Since we have a constant returns to scale, if you know that this F of P times F is exactly the total income in the economy. If you take the aggregate value of this of the income will be exactly like this. So this is, if you want to understand, this is the crucial formula, let's say. And that's it. So again, you will decide X, you will decide X, you will decide L, you will decide Y, okay? And you take as given the price of peanuts, you take as given the level of crime in the economy, because you are nothing in the economy. You take as given the amount of the police, and the returns to theft.
That's because the big A
this is
concave on Y, the little a is going to be very, very large when Y goes to 0.
No, that's the point. This is the little a when is it's A divided by Y.
Exactly.
But this goes to A prime or A prime. This is what I want this is. Second, it doesn't go to infinity. Wait a second.
Yeah, but
wait a second. Hey. Let's go.
no, there was one
This is the little a when it's not defined for Y equals 0, but the limit exists, and the limit is exactly the derivative of big A. So this is the little a,
which could be infinite. Which could be infinite.
No,
Yeah.
it's not infinite.
The derivative at 0. The derivative of A at 0.
Well, it's not. By our assumptions, it will be a fixed number.
But your assumption was that A was concave on Y.
Yeah. Take the square root of Y. Take square root of Y divided by Y. So you reflect the derivative of the square root of Y. Okay. It's a well, I don't know whether I chose the right example. Maybe this one. Well, the square root of Y doesn't work.
The square root of Y would be here.
That's what
I
it's concave, so it could be infinite.
So I think,
Okay, we'll come to one later.
I think you're just saying there's an extra assumption, which is the limit behaves.
It's finite.
Yes.
And it doesn't, you don't need it. Okay, keep going, we'll talk later.
Did you do? You know,
So the first one thing that you can note is that the relative price of peanuts is not P, but is P divided by 1 over 1 minus A. Okay. So you see, this is one of the effects of crime, because the firm will face a price P, but the consumer will face a relative price of P over 1 minus A. And this introduces some kind of inefficiency, but this is not the topic of this paper. And what is a competitive equilibrium? Now we can say the competitive equilibrium will be an allocation, a feasible allocation that we already defined what is a feasible allocation, but that's for some price, the P star and rental rate, this pair of inputs maximize profits of the firm, and each individual maximize the bundle that they choose maximize their utility given the prices. This is general equilibrium, competitive equilibrium.
Sorry for a simple question. How does A depend on D?
Sorry?
How does A depends on D?
It depends negatively. The more police, the less the proportion, and it goes to infinity. It's a convex function.
In partial equilibrium, police is effective. In partial equilibrium, police is effective.
Yes. The technology, yes. The technology, yes.
So your argument is in general equilibrium.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I am assuming that the technology, the police do their job correctly. Okay, it's not their fault that inequilibrium happens.
Otherwise, it would be easy to show.
Is there an assumption on the cross derivative?
Cannot hear.
Is there an assumption about the cross derivative on one?
Is there an assumption about? Yeah, the usual ones. That means think of a Cobb-Douglas function. The gross function of but I don't have them and I don't remember them. But there's nothing strange with this. Okay, just it should be something like this, right? And as a function of t should be something like this.
The reason I ask is usually these models become complementarity in actions with the cross-partial. Cross-partial
I know that we assumed something about the cross-partial. I don't remember and I didn't put it because it's something that is not so. But there is an assumption, yeah. But don't think that I am introducing something strange. Okay, so now let's characterize the equilibrium. So the definition of the equilibrium is the regular one. Okay, consumers maximize utility, first maximize profit. Now these are the conditions of the profit maximization. Okay, the value of the marginal product of labor equals the wage rate, which is 1, and the value of the marginal product of capital equals the rental rate. Here comes something this a little bit more interesting. The first condition says that the marginal utility of peanuts equals the relative price of peanuts. Okay? So it should be like this. And this is the important thing. This is the condition that must be satisfied at the equilibrium, at the optimum. If you are stealing the right amount of time, you are devoting the right amount of time. In fact, because of the linearity of the things, it must be that you are indifferent between working 1 more hour or stealing 1 more hour. Okay, because if you are not indifferent, then you will steal more. Okay, and this is the indifference condition. It comes if you take derivatives equal to 0, this is what you get. But this is the returns to 1 hour of work. You go to work, you get the salary of 1, but they steal a proportion of this 1. And if you go to steal, you get this return. And so in equilibrium, it must be that this is satisfied. Otherwise, you want to steal the maximum or 0. Okay? I will not deal with I will deal only with the integral solutions because for the purpose of this talk, this is interesting. And this is just the budget constraint. So there's nothing. So the new thing is this arbitrage condition. This is what we do. Okay. And now I work a little bit of algebra. This is the supply function or the short run supply function. So because we know that in equilibrium the amount of K will be the initial endowment, and so we can define as usual the supply function as a function of the price, the usual way, and we can define the aggregate demand function for peanuts, which is as a function of some price. Is the solution to this equation that means the marginal utility equal to the price. The price that we will observe will not be P, it will be the P over 1 minus A. So defining these 2 functions, Q and XP, in fact, to solve for the equilibrium, you need to solve these 2 equations. Once you solve them, all the other endogenous variables are obtained by substitution. So these are 2 equations with 2 unknowns. The unknowns are the Y, the level of crime in the society, in equilibrium, and the price of peanuts. This is once you solve for this, you solve for everything. And these are the 2 equations. Without crime, what you need to solve is demand equals supply. That's the thing. But now you need another equation. And in fact, if you modify a little bit, if you play a little bit with the algebra, you get this expression, which is very interesting, and it says the following, that in equilibrium, it must be that the level of crime, this is the time on aggregate that the people devote to crime, okay? This is the aggregate level of crime. It must satisfy this expression, but if you look at what this expression, you see this is the proportion of that is stolen in equilibrium, and P over 1 minus A is the price, the consumer price of peanuts. P over 1 minus A was the consumer price of peanuts, and this is the amount of peanuts. So in fact, if you see this, this is the proportion stolen from the GDP at consumer prices. Okay, so this means that the time in equilibrium, the time spent on appropriation activities equals the value of the stolen goods, which makes this the right definition of a crime. Okay, the crime you can measure it as the time people spend stealing or the value of the stolen goods because they are the same. Okay, this follows from the equation. So the crime is the value of the stolen goods at the consumer prices. This is another interesting thing. And another thing, if you rewrite this expression and you say this is the formula of the geometric series, it can be interpreted also as you say, this is the proportion of peanuts, the value of the peanuts that the thieves steal. But then comes other thieves and they steal from the thieves, okay? And what do they get? This is the proportion of this proportion, okay? And if you continue. So it's the value of the goods that were stolen, plus at the beginning from the people who earned them, plus the value of the goods that were stolen from the thieves, and plus the value of the goods that were stolen from the thief that stole from the thieves, and that's it. So everything has a very nice interpretation.
The big A.
Sorry?
This is big A. Is there any reason why big A is less than 1?
This is A. This is the big A.
And I'm missing why big A is always lower than 1.
Big A is the proportion. Big A is.
I thought that's little A.
No. Big A is the proportion. Little A is big A divided by 1.
Okay.
And now, if you want to see a picture of equilibrium, this is the picture of equilibrium. And here it is. Here you have the supply and the short run supply. This is the aggregate demand. And if there were no theft, no anything, the equilibrium will be here. But since there is theft, there is a y. The equilibrium y will make this 1 minus a be number less than 1. Okay, so there will be a difference between the price faced by the firms and the price faced by the consumers. And this is in fact the difference. This is in fact what is stolen from you, the per unit. And this is the amount of peanuts that you buy. And so the area of this rectangle is in fact the value of the stolen goods. This is P times X times the thing. This expression is the difference times and in equilibrium, we saw that this is exactly the time spent. So in equilibrium, it must be the case. So in equilibrium, what happens is that the Y star is determined so that this equality is holds. Okay. So in equilibrium, we will produce a little bit less than without crime. And how much? Well, the Y will be such that when you introduce into the A, it satisfies this equality. Okay, and this is the amount of the value of the stolen goods, which equals the amount of time that you spend. So it dissipates because the poorer guys that devote their time to stealing, they get goods, but they spend effort the same amount of effort. So this is a complete waste. If you see, complete waste of energy. And an example. Here you have an example of an economy you can solve. For example, I have this quadratic utility function so that the demand is linear. That's the only reason that I assume this. You can assume anything else. K will be 1. This is a Cobb-Douglas, and this is a crazy or not appropriation technology, which has the properties that we assume. Okay, you can check. And if you calculate the equilibrium with this economy, what we get is, well, the important thing is what you get is that the level of crime as a function of t, which is exogenous, is given by this function, which is not nice, let's say, but at least we could calculate it. But I can draw it, and here you have it. Okay, this is the function. So for low levels of T, for low levels of police, the equilibrium amount of crime, of theft, goes up. At some point, then it goes down. So this is an example. So this shows that there is an example, crazy you may say, with this economy, in which more police in equilibrium induces more crime. And clearly you will say, well, but look at this. Well, you assume this crazy technology. I don't like this technology. And what do you want to say? Okay. I agree. This is an example. But here comes the main result. And this is what I wanted to say. Okay, this is the main point. So if I manage to explain this theorem, I am satisfied, even though there's more to say. And the theorem says, you give me T0, the amount of police that you want. You give me any appropriation technology you like, as long as it looks reasonable. Okay, so more crime. That means the crime increases, but at a decreasing rate, and the police decreases crime in that sense. Give me whatever you want. It should be bounded away from one, but otherwise this may not be true. Then there is an economy with appropriation technology A that you gave me and the police protection T0, and I will give you the production function, which will be Cobb-Douglas, and the utility function, which is linear or whatever, in which a small increase in police results in an increase in crime.
So I'm not getting it. You say that this and for any technology and for any preferences, or that
you give me T0 and A.
Okay. That you will find some preferences and some functions.
An economy is like this. There are preferences, initial amount of capital, initial amount of labor, production technology of peanuts, A and B. You give me A, you give me B. And I will use a Cobb-Douglas function. I promise I will give you a Cobb-Douglas function, and I will use a linear utility function like this that I could use any other. Okay, I could use not any other, let's say Cobb-Douglas, but in the proof we use quadratic function so that we get linear utility. For the proof it's enough. But I will complete the economy. You give me any A, you give me any T. I will complete. I will find a utility function and a production function.
But you will always look among the class of Cobb-Douglas and quadratic.
No.
Is that what, I want to understand the statement.
I can choose it, even Cobb-Douglas. If you give me freedom, I will choose anything else, but enough with Cobb-Douglas. I will choose a Cobb-Douglas.
So the statement is, I'm just going to choose economy within the set of Cobb-Douglas technologies and quadratic utility functions.
Yeah,
okay.
Even restricted to this, I can find. If you don't restrict me,
I know.
But I will find the utility function that is quadratic, a Cobb-Douglas function, not with alpha will not be 1/2. It may be different. Yeah. And you gave me the A, you gave me the T, and calculate the equilibrium and see what happens if you increase police. And I guarantee you that the level of crime will increase. So that's the main theorem. So this example, you may not like the example, but you will not find a theorem that says that it is guaranteed that more police reduces crime. So since I think that I have still a few minutes.
So what's the intuition that when you have more police, you tax more the production activities, and you don't tax the other one, so resources move from producing to feeding?
Yeah, I didn't answer, but what I should do is explain the mechanism. I like this word. The mechanism is what the empirical people use. So instead of saying the model, this is the mechanism. The mechanism is you increase police. So the first order effect is, well, this reduces crime. But if it reduces crime, this gives incentive for you to go out and work. Because now since there is less crime, the real salary, in a sense, what you get is more. So there will be more prosperity, and since the economy will produce more, things will come back. And so society will be richer, and we will end up with a little bit more crime. That's the thing. which is reasonable. You see. I don't know Chicago, but Chicago is a city with huge amount of crime, but there is a lot of prosperity. People there are super rich. Okay, so you can live.
But I think when you do the cross section of crime against in neighborhoods, there is more appropriation crime in poor neighborhoods than in rich ones.
If I were you, I would stay away from empirical.
Intuition would say that nobody goes to steal from people that don't have anything to steal from.
Well,
They do.
yeah, but
But what the value of the goods stolen is very small. You go to a rich neighborhood, you go inside and you get a lot of money. You go to some place where there's no money, you cannot get anything.
Okay, but
there's more money, there's also more police. But let me, but
I don't know. I don't want to.
Here, the fact that you use linear leisure is helping you. The fact that you have here your taxation and police not creating any incentive, any negative incentive because it's lump sum and you have linear insulation, so it actually doesn't have any income.
Yeah.
So no, what I'm saying is that is giving you, that is making it easier for you to prove the result.
Well, there is an income effect because when you tax them, you consume all the income effect is going to the
No,
leisure.
that's a lump sum tax in your time and your linear, so.
Yes,
No,
and that-
volatility is quasi-linear,
Yeah.
Volatility is quasi-linear, so I don't see, the thing is that the more police tends to reduce crime, let's say, that this is the.
What I'm saying is that
And since as there is more crime, now I prefer to go to work
your
instead of
taxation, your taxation to get the police doesn't have any disincentive to economic activity.
No.
That's what I'm saying. And that is in favor of your result. That's the only thing I'm saying.
So question, so if I were to use A as my measure of crime instead of Y,
Very nice, very nice. Thank you for your question. Here you have proposition 1, which is, so somebody may say, not you, but somebody may say, well, but once you allow for general equilibrium effects, then it's not surprising that you get these crazy results. And now we have this proposition, which is related to what you say, that within this model, you do have results, positive results. What are the results? With a little additional assumption, okay, what makes it perfectly natural, this A, then when you increase the price of peanuts will increase, the output of peanuts will increase, and this proportion in equilibrium will also increase. Okay, the proportion of stolen goods, of the wealth of stealable goods will increase. So it's not true that when you allow for general equilibrium effects, you get anything can go. No. Our definition of crime, in our definition of crime, you can have this perverse effect. But if you wanted to define crime as the proportion of stealable goods, then in that case, crime will always increase. I don't think that this is a right decrease. This is what I have. So the proportion, the more police, the proportion of the stealable wealth decreases. This is a theorem, this can be proved, but I don't think that this is the right definition of crime. That means I think that the right definition is the time spent on crime and the value of the stolen goods. But it's you don't need to agree. And the last thing that we have is with the same example that I showed you earlier. I will go fast because then you can ask what is the optimal level of protection. Okay, what is the optimal level? Is the one that maximizes the social welfare. What is social welfare? Is the utility minus the is the utility from peanuts plus the utility from leisure. And what is leisure? Is the amount of time that you have minus the time spent on working, stealing, and paying taxes. Okay, and you can find this T that maximizes welfare. Fine, this is just take derivatives equals to 0. This is the condition, it doesn't matter. But from that condition, it shows that it may well, that since in this proposition we saw that this Q prime is positive, and this it may well be the case that Y prime will be negative. Okay, So more police decrease crime. And in the same example that I showed you before, with the same example, this crazy example that I show you, I can draw the welfare as a function of police, and you see that the maximum is obtained at the point in which the crime increases in police. So this is in contradiction to what in the survey they suggest, okay? So this effect that the crime is increasing in police is perfectly consistent with the fact that you are at the optimal level of police. This is essentially the message of it.
Going back to the measurement, when you talk about the fraction of the goods, the value of the goods produced and stolen, that uses the relative price that is welfare relevant, I understand, but in the data you wouldn't have that relative price divided by the 1 minus 8. So in the end, it's back to the time.
Again,
see what I mean?
I won't understand.
You had said that it was equivalent to measure in terms of time spent by the thieves and the value of the goods stolen.
The value of the goods at consumer price.
But that's not an observable consumer price, is it? You wouldn't see it in the data.
You're right. You're right.
It's not something we can see.
But wait a second. But we have this second. What you see is this price.
Right.
Okay, this price. But maybe if you can measure the amount of the value of consumer of goods, stolen goods, suppose that everybody who gets stolen reports to the police, even the thieves. Okay, if you steal from me, and then you will get this, you will get this sum because I worked and they stole this proportion from my income. Okay, you stole, and then you were stolen 8 times what this amount, and you go to the police and you report. So if the amount of the value of the goods reported to the police is exactly right. So this would be a way to measure. Oh, so the total time, the total value of stolen goods as reported.
So this is like a Laffer curve argument, right? The Laffer curve argument is I reduce the tax that has an incentive on activity, the tax base goes up, and then the revenue, the tax revenue ends up going up. And here you are putting the police and that reduces the crime that is like the tax. And economic activity goes up so much that the total revenue of the thief goes up.
Yeah.
I was down in people kill goes up.
Yeah.
And more. So it's like it's unique like the big supply effect.
Yeah, it's like
the main understanding, not criticize.
No, I know. It's the thing is that once you understand this, it looks trivial. You can say, but the reaction I got from people that were nice enough to read the paper, they say, but somebody must have said this. Okay, this is obvious. Okay, and what I say is, well, I don't find it anywhere. Okay, I don't find it anywhere. I mean, the empirical paper, they don't write any model.
But there has to be a condition. In this paper from the African, there are conditions for the elasticity of economic activity with respect to crime, which might be the shape, it's a combination of the shape of the eye and something else, that is a condition for getting the paradoxical effect, right?
Of course, because when I write the proof, I need to find the right of Douglas, let's say the right of Douglas, and then there the crucial thing is that at the equilibrium is a game with the
so maybe another way of writing the proposition using the inclusion of the Laffer curve is to say that there's a condition on the labor on the output elasticity with respect to crime.
That is, we have a lemma that says exactly that when before we prove, we say that the heart of the proof is in this lemma, which is the lemma that relates elasticity. Yeah, it's so I'm done.
Okay, very good.
Okay.
Relativamente sí. Así como tiene el polis. Ahora que
Hay un
paper de Varelli. Pero tienen como un estático. El cuadradito de
Cuando te ponen así en la introducción, te ponen qué magnitud se escriben. Cuando van a los datos,
yo hago un effort para consumir y cuando sumo y resto se va la relación se escribe. Lo perdí bien gráfico, pero después me perdí la ecuación.
Sí, eso desaparece.
Sabemos si puede ser que
lo pueden
por ahí
es un uno menos. Es como tu A.
No es que tenemos una teoría. Este es el modelo.
Bueno, por ahí tenemos una teoría usando un textbook módulo que fue interesante. Fue antes.
Quería venir.
Creo que sí.
Es muy punto simple.
Una vez que lo dominas, decís
cualquier teoría te lleva para que lo entiendan, por ahí después de sobra.
Pero a mí me divierte mucho porque a veces lo cuento así en el almuerzo, etcétera, y lo vas deposito y siempre te dicen, no, este es el problema. Siempre tenés
Creo que la gente se pone impaciente y quiere que le explique por qué hay esa hueva. O sea, un día alguien me dijo algo así como que a los economistas no les gusta, les gusta ver el final al principio y después que como que es una novela que primero te cuenta el final y después te cuenta el plot. Entonces estos se ponían impacientes y querían.
No, pero ve algo en la función esta que
pero para mí no lo entendía. Es como que
siempre son más competitivos.
no, pero esa es estándar, esa es
por eso, no es nada raro.
Ahora, yo soy fan de
creo que lo que genera confusión es esto de cada individuo es negligible, entonces aún si el algo que no en los ground, algo en los feelings, zero, I could still get a bunch of money for myself.
Es el mejor caso, ese es el mejor caso. Cuando nadie roba, más
no, me llevo todo yo, todo lo que se roba me lo llevo yo. En el agregado es cero.
El nivel de crimen es cero, pero
yo me
por eso es muy conveniente robar. El robo es ese.
Tiene mayor retorno.
Claro, pero es el límite de A dividido por I. La derivada.
Lo que encontramos es que
No, creo que yo lo escribí, si yo lo hubiese hecho, lo escribiría así como motivándolo con un critical final. We don't this week.
Escribimos, las primeras personas eran un poco derogatorias. Esas palabras,
Ya no sé hablar ni inglés ni castellano.
Era un poquito, viste, un poco reírnos, un poco, bueno, no hay vergüenza porque nunca nos
Pero te van a, la gente se va a ofender.
pero es decir, queríamos decir, no encontrás.
Pero vos lo puedes hacer como más, como siendo neutral, sin ser derogatorio, como esto es lo que hay, it could well be identification, the typical identification this kind of textbook model shows that it might not be, there might be something
Y tampoco hay que creerse que esa aplicación, ¿viste?
Pero eso es lo que hace Shourideh, es una posible explicación. Después, bueno, es el trabajo de otro hacer.
Y vemos
creo que es esto de hay que explicar que 0 dividido 0 puede ser. O sea,
eso se usa con la función del producto.
No, pero como está tirando un límite de un ratio donde los dos números van a 0, el límite igual puede ser positivo. Y esa es la confusión.
muchas formas de lograr esto.
Yo ni pensé en explicar eso.
Pero creo que lo entendí. Un gusto.
Según los
no conozco a nadie en vivo ahora.
Yo nunca lo conozco.
No, él me invitó. En realidad yo estaba en Holanda. Y ya era tarde para el mercado. Me dijo, vení igual, da una charla porque vos nunca sabes en el futuro. Bueno, yo ando por acá. Y él me dijo, leen la obra. Me mató. Esa no es que me desconocía lo que presenté.
En realidad no. Yo llegué a vivir muy interesante. Creo que bastante thought provoking.
Es un precio que
tengo que ir porque
viene la de Kai.
sí.
Okay, let's get started. Andy León. Dale, Andy. Okay. Let's get started. Thanks, Alejandro. You have 1 hour.
All right. Thank you for including my paper. Pleasure to be presenting here, and thank you for staying to the last presentation of the conference. So I will just present this solo ongoing paper, an iteration of what it was my job market paper. So let me start with a brief motivation. You might be aware that last year's concentration has been increasing in developed countries. What I mean by concentration, I mean domestic concentration, right? The relative importance of large firms to small firms in the domestic economy. This is pretty well documented now in developed economies. Also, there are other papers documenting an increase in market power, especially at the top. So an increase in markups, secular increase in markups for over a couple of decades, especially on the top part of the distribution, as I said. So with these two facts, or this evidence we are seeing in the literature, I wanted to approach it from a trade perspective. So what do we know in trade? We know that trade flows are dominated by large firms. Right? There is evidence both in developing and developed countries. And I showed in a different work that when we look at the concentration in bilateral export flows, we also see an increase there. I mean, it's not surprising, I think, if you think of domestic concentration as just being a domestic bilateral flow with a country with itself. So by seeing all these and the importance of large firms and how this relates to market power, I wanted to ask the following question in this paper, which is a very general question first, but I will try to narrow it down. So I wanted to understand what is the relationship between, the theoretical relationship between concentration at the industry level, competition, and welfare. And of course, as I said, this is a very general question. So how I do it? Well, I look at the data, I construct a model that tries to mimic what I observe in terms of the market structure in a given industry, in a typical industry. Not only, but I don't invent a model, I use the resources we have within the trade literature, right? And because I want to stay, as I said, very close to what we know. Just going to make a small step to understand the theoretical relationship between these objects. So what I do is I construct a model following the facts I will show you in a minute of hybrid competition. Think of an industry in which some firms behave in an oligopolistic fashion and some other firms behave as we are used to in trade, monopolistically competitive. And of course, I have domestic and foreign firms. So what I do with the model? Well, I basically characterize the relationship that I mentioned before, and I try to understand what happens with concentration with this model when we open to trade. The last thing I do in terms of the theory is to find the sufficient statistics that will allow me to talk with the sufficient statistic we have in the trade literature. Because I change something in a model we understand, I want to see if there are sufficient statistics that can capture that extra bit I changed. So the second question, or the second thing I do, is to measure those gains in a period of time in which Colombia, which is the country I'll use, went through a trade opening process, a trade liberalization process. Basically, it signed many trade agreements and it decreased the unilateral tariff across the board. And I argue I have the right data to do it. Yeah? This is the custom data we in trade are used to, so all transactions, but it has also the foreign seller firm. Because if you want to understand what happened in an industry, in an open economy where markets are globalized, you want to have that part of that segment of the market. You want to identify the firms that are pricing in the domestic economy. And I argue this is, I haven't seen this type of data in the literature. What you usually observe is the one that produced the good, not the one that sold the good. Well, and with this data, I say, okay, let me go back to the model and construct this welfare, this sufficient statistic for welfare. And I compare that with the ones we know in the literature. This is basically the paper.
Alejandro, so in terms of the theory, just to have a benchmark, the Atkinson-Bernstein, that would be similar to what you have, but
for a segment of the market. For one part of the market,
because that has like markups and market shares. It has a bunch of the theories there already.
That's yes, exactly. you think of that relationship for those firms at the top. And you can see how I can map that to concentration measures. All right, so what do I see in this model? So basically I see that if you open to trade and domestic concentration is higher, you will not only gain the decrease in tariffs, so you will not only have the gain from the decreasing price, but also on the more competitive pressure that domestic firms will face, and therefore you will gain also in terms of the aggregate markup. Yeah? And in aggregate, you will see that the level of markups decrease. No? So that's a way of addressing the pro-competitive part of the gains from trade. I remember I said at the beginning that there is a lot of evidence showing an increase in domestic concentration. With this model, that means more competition, not less competition. Yeah, it's basically a reduction in misallocation. If you try to map that increase in concentration to more market power, that's not sufficient. At least this is what this type of models say. Another important thing for the theory in trade is that the models we have generally generate a relationship between aggregate profits and revenue that is fixed. And when you introduce the type of oligopolistic behavior, that proportionality is missed. So what I do here is I show that this factor of proportionality is endogenous, indeed, as we knew, but can be measured. And it can be measured with the data I have. Another theoretical result I find is that, so the concentration measures have been used for many, with many goals. One of these is, okay, concentration increase, more market power. Well, if you want to do this type of, you want to make this type of claims, and you have this type of model, then that's not the measure you need. I show you what is the measure that properly weights individual firms, so you can calculate a change in concentration that will tell you exactly how the dispersion in markups changed, and therefore how aggregate markups change as well. And that's of course based on this model, but let me repeat, this is not departing much from the model we all know and use extensively in trade. And finally, well, I derived this ACR formula. ACR is basically the benchmark formula for welfare in trade. That says basically that the change in domestic absorption and basically with the elasticity, negative elasticity, trade elasticity. If you have those two things, you can measure it. I say, well, it's not enough without this, but this can be measured. All right. So what I do once I have the theory is to study this period of time in Colombia. This is from 2007 and 2017. As I said, period of trade liberalization. And a period of time in which also the market structures in Colombia changed. It changed in a similar manner as those in the US or in Europe or in Japan when the China shock happened. So it's basically, I'm not saying it's the same mechanism, I'm saying it's the same type, the same level of change we can measure with US data, for instance. And as I said, I have the name and location of the seller, so I see that the number of firms over this period of time increased substantially. So there are a lot of firms that entered that you might or might not measure if you have data and producers. But I'm saying, okay, I have the firms that are deciding, which is the assumption, the firms that are deciding to enter Colombia because they're the ones that are invoicing in Colombia. And when I calculate the gain from trade, I find that for this event, my measurement would deliver higher gains than the ACR formula, the ACDR formula, which is an extension where you don't restrict preferences to VCS, and other paper, Finstrom Weinstein, that uses a specific type of, it uses translog preferences and also makes use to concentration measures to capture some things. And gains are explained by lower prices, higher profits for firms in Colombia that are, of course, transferred in the model to consumers, and more variety. There is a negative effect on markups. So there is indeed a negative effect on markups, which means that markups increase, but that's not enough to offset the other gains. In fact, this is very low. It's close to zero. Any questions so far? All right. Of course, I won't go over this. I just want just focusing on the red letters. So there's a lot of things, a lot of literature. You could think of it as I am characterizing the market structure of an open small economy, using facts, using this foreign seller information that I haven't seen in the literature. I constructed the model on using that, and this model has a hybrid competition, which is one interpretation of what I see in the data, and I construct the welfare formula, which relates all to these other papers in the literature. All right, so let me start with the data and the facts. So what is the goal? I want to characterize the market structure with this data, domestic market structure of an industry in Colombia. And as I said, when I started with this, I said, okay, I need the foreign firms. I need the foreign firms that are deciding the prices in Colombia. And this is very demanding in terms of data. So I got this data from Colombia. I think they made a mistake, but I'm not sure. And this data has for domestic firms, I was pointing that. For domestic firms, I have the annual survey of manufacturers, which are all establishments with more than 10 employees. It's aggregated to a firm level, so I basically don't use the information on this. And I know what this is. The domestic sales of foreign firms come from custom data. It's just an extra variable, which has, as I said, just already 2 or 3 times the name of the invoicing firm. And the assumption here is that the invoicing firm is the one that is priced. All right, this is a plot, a distribution of market shares when I consider all firms in an industry. Okay? As you see, I find that there are lots of small firms that are different to each other, selling in Colombia. Yeah? This is astoundingly high, the number of small firms. I say, okay, maybe I'm counting different firms, the same firms many times. Then I checked, started to dig into the data and basically, when I look for the usual suspects, for instance, multinationals, for instance, in fact, I'm grouping them, and they are mostly on this side. So all these firms are Pepito and a small company in Venezuela, maybe a guy that is selling, or a brewery that is selling from beer from the US that is tiny in terms of market share. And each sector has, I can find a different story. But the multinationals, the usual suspects, which is not a conclusive way of saying, but are generally on this side. I'm working to try to get multinational data to better characterize in that sense this distribution. All right, so so if I divide so I say, okay, let me think of a definition of granular firms and non-granular firms. I will say, okay, those firms that are very small are non-granular, which are the type of firms we tend to think as a continuum. And let me think of the granular firms, the ones that have market shares above some threshold. And when I count the number of firms, I'll use the 1% as a benchmark. You see that domestic and granular firms are in a similar proportion. So firms that have more than 1% market share are equally foreign or domestic. But as I said, and you should suspect from the distribution, the number of foreign non-granulars is very high. So this is fact one.
Data, so you have the sales of the domestic ones from DANE or from some...
From the domestic sales of manufacturing,
And then you bring the customs data with just imports, you're gonna collapse at the year level or something, and then you just do the whole, just get total sales like this. And then you just pull everything together, that's the histogram.
Right, yes.
Okay.
So, but the sales, for instance, the firms I see as producers, so one firm that is a seller, these firms that are here usually have different production sites because I observe both.
But I'm kind of worried about inputs. So many of these manufacturing firms are importing inputs and then they kind of sell something domestically. How do you within a 4 digits?
Yes, that's a great question. So one thing, I don't think I put it here, but one thing I did is to just keep only the consumer goods. I think, and the intuition is right. This is a little bit lower, but still you see a lot of firms. This is a substantial difference. So even though the sectors that are, let me put it a different way. If you compare consumer goods versus intermediate goods, these distributions don't differ much. That's it's not here, but I should have put it.
I don't understand what these numbers mean. What's that? 94% is
94% of firms that I observe when I define a granular firm as 1%, above 1% market share, are non-granular, small foreign firms, or from Venezuela, Peru, the US.
It's surprising that the proportion of foreign firms is so extremely high.
Yeah.
That is non-granular.
That are non-granular.
Yeah. Even just in total, 95% of firms selling in Colombia are foreign.
I agree. Let me repeat something that is, if I don't define the firms as sellers, but producers, so taking into account where the good is coming from, not who is invoicing in Colombia, this will be worse. I'm collapsing here. A lot of firms. I agree.
And this is just manufacturing, or is it?
This is only manufacturing. Yeah, this is only manufacturing. All right. This is the first thing. The second thing is, okay, I plot the log sales of all these firms to their rank, and if you take a draw of a Pareto distribution, you would think that a discrete draw, you will think that this should follow Zipf's law. And I observed that up to that point, for the top firms, so those firms that are usually rank 1 or 2 or 3, you predict lower sales if you believe that distribution productivities, as we use frequently in tree models, is Pareto. So what it suggests, you might have a different story, of course, is that these top firms are charging higher prices than what they would do if the model were a monopolistic competition with Pareto. Of course, the implicit assumption is that consumers have low variety, right? So you need elasticity substitution to be higher than 1 to have that. So what I will do is I will interpret this as this top firms charging higher markups.
I mean, it could also be that the distribution of underlying productivity is not for it.
It could also be that, right? Yeah, I totally. Why I'm doing this? Totally. Why I'm doing this? Well, I'm discussing in a way with the trade literature. I'm saying, okay, what we do usually is, if we need some tractability of this model, we assume Pareto, a Pareto distribution. That Pareto distribution, if you take one draw, that should fit exactly in the line. Okay, if you take a draw and you have a model that differs at the top, you need to store it to say, well, why it differs? Yeah, given distribution, I agree. My interpretation here is, okay, let me bring other strand of the literature in which will can interpret that under endogenous functions. I will talk about that in a couple of minutes. All right. The third fact is that if you look at what happened with firms in 2007, so you have the granular threshold, which is arbitrary, and you say, okay, if you are present in 2007, what happened with you in 2017? Granular firms tend to stay in the economy, stay in Colombia, domestic and foreign. So the exit rate of small firms is higher. If you look at what, you look at firms in 2017 and say, okay, who entered it over this period of time? You see that those that entered were non-granular firms in a higher, significantly. So the difference is basically significantly. So over this 10-year period, even though I see exit and entry of granular firms, the difference is significant. And if you are interested in the margin, in the average rate of exit, it's about 20% for granular firms, and the same, approximately the same, the rate of exit. All right, so I will come back to the data again for the welfare part. Let me keep track of the. What time did I start? 20. All right, let me go to the model. So this is a hybrid environment in the sense that there are two types of varieties in this model. Major, I call them major and minor. Basically, what it means is that some varieties have positive measure in the consumer's preferences, and some varieties do not. So think of a beer market, right? It's the market I like. You have Heineken, you have Quilmes here, you Budweiser, but you also have a lot of craft beers, right? Maybe you don't care as a typical consumer. Maybe you don't care about individual brands, but you like to have the option of having different craft beers together. So that's what I bring from the fact one. The second one is
which was fact one?
Oh, sorry, the distribution, basically the share of granular firms is small, yeah, and you have a few firms that you recognize in terms of the market share higher than 1%. The rest is like a long tail. The second one is okay. The second one is that once I assume this type of preferences, I will get that those that have positive measure will charge higher markups. Basically, they not only have monopolistic competitive power, they also have oligopolistic power. And that, if you simulate the model and plot this, will look very similar, depending on the size of the market.
Can I ask you a question about
small picture.
Mhm.
Usually when you do it for the US, if you like look at Buster's picture, usually.
Could you, I cannot hear you, sorry.
So when you usually do it and you look at like Ortner's paper, which is I guess the reference, usually it becomes steeper as you go up the rank. Now, you can use the reference as the top firms.
Mhm.
It's less steep, and that becomes. And I was thinking this where that if you did the opposite, line to the top,
Mhm.
if the place that it starts falling is different from say.
Well, it's not comparable to what you have in mind, I think, because in the US you would use only
Is that the shape is comparable.
the shape should be comparable, but at least I haven't seen the distribution plotted using foreign firms in the US, like foreign sellers. I can tell you the following. So there are some papers, even with trade data, similar trade data, are arguing that actually Pareto distribution doesn't hold. The real distribution should be a log normal. There are some papers showing that, but I cannot compare to them basically because this data is not. I haven't seen this data used. But in a sense, what you say is correct. You could compare. And I will use for the fact that we have more exit and more entry of non-granular firms. I will use a limiting version of that and assume that the probability of firms of drawing large varieties, and you'll understand that in a minute better, tends to 0. And once you're producing one of them, your exit rate tends to 0 as well. It's not impossible, but it's improbable. And that's related to a technical limitation in the oligopoly literature that no one has been able to solve. This is called the integer problem. All right. So a little bit on the specifics of the model. And I already mentioned this. There are two types of varieties. You have the typical CS preferences, but over the two types. This is very tractable. It's what we are used to. We get the price indices we know. For a subset of varieties, you need to add them up because they are you can count them. For the rest, you have to take the integral. Note the omega. This is not assigned to any firm. This is just a property of a variety. Now, once the firm gets a variety, so in that case, if the firm, so this is the general markup it will charge. Is the standard monopolistic competitive markup times a factor that increases the markup with the market share. So what the market share is capturing is that the elasticity of demand is lower the higher you see the measure. It's just a measure of elasticity of demand.
But you haven't told us yet the market structure, right?
Yeah, that's.
Where is that?
So,
because I don't know these hybrid models, I wonder how it works here.
So basically, yeah, I took it for granted, but yes, that's true. So, what you get this markup just solving the tip. So depends on who you are actually. This is general form. If you are a small firm, let's come here. You're a tiny firm. This is just solving a monopolistic competition. It's the same model you have in mind. If you have a variety that is a measure in the sense of having positive measure in the utility function, you get a market share that is between 0 and 1. That's what you see. You say I didn't show you.
No, I just wonder what you assume. How do we compete if we're major? Like
they all compete the same. They all decide quantities. Yeah, I didn't say, but from the side quantity produced, it's just a standard maximization problem in which you decide how many units you produce in general.
But the price that my competitor sets does not enter in my, it's not a strategic interaction.
There is, well, it's for now, exactly. You have it in you have the price index.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's as similar to Atkinson bootstrap.
It's similar, but it depends on exactly how you solve the maximization problem, depends on who you are, basically. But the price index is not the same because you will have two sub price indices, one for the ones with positive measure and the ones for zero measure.
If you're a major variety, you affect the price index.
Sorry?
If you're a major variety, you affect the price index.
Exactly.
One of the summings.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a type of, so it's the price index is affected by large firms, but the price index acts itself as a summary of competition in the market. So, all right. So, okay. How are firms entering into the market, into this market? Just imagine all firms drawing a productivity and a blueprint of a variety. As I said, I have to assume something about, I need to calculate expected profits to get entry, right? If you have firms affecting the price index, that's the dimension of the problem increases exponentially with the number of firms you include. So you have two ways, or you say something about what firms believe about the expected profits, or you do it quantitatively. Yeah. So I'm following the path of saying, okay, let me model this in a way I can construct analytical measures. I don't want to go to the computer. I want to compare this to the literature. So what I'm saying is, all right, there are measure varieties that are improbable, but they are not impossible. Basically, they are part of the event space, right? But the probability measure is zero. And in general, the productivity they will get will be generally within a segment of the real line that I'm not saying, don't put in any structure on that. I'm saying, okay, between these two unit costs, I measure productivity as inverse, I'll get a productivity that is in the set A measure M if you are major, or A minor M if you are minor. No restrictions, might be the same. So this, as I hope it's clear, is basically a combination of a Mellitz type model and an Atkinson and Gorski model. That's why I'm calling it hybrid. And the result is coming, if you want to think about it, is from the structure and the preference. Now, as I said, simple model, let me see how it looks, how the comparative statistics look when I assume different values of the parameters and analyze it, for instance, what happens with concentration or entry of small firms. And what I do is take some of the parameters I need from the literature. This model has very few parameters, so I don't need to calibrate it now. I assume I have a Pareto distribution with a partition in which above a given productivity you will be large, and below it you will be small. And what happens when, so I have domestic and foreign, so the difference between the two is that foreign firms need to pay an ad valorem trade cost. It's the only, think of it as the only difference. When I increase the variable trade cost, it happens what is supposed to happen, which is the participation of foreign firms fall pretty steeply. Also, when you have higher trade costs, there is more entry of domestic firms, they are more protected, and the opposite happens with the foreign firms. And the goal with this is saying, okay, what I did with this change in the way I'm modeling the preferences is not changing what we know in trade with this model. It's basically all is behaving in the same way. Now, when we look at price indices, you have 4 sub-price indices. You have the large firm foreign, large firm domestic, small firm foreign, small firm domestic. And if you only had small firms like the Mellon model, you will see that you start increasing the tau, the trade costs, and the number of small firms that are from foreign origin exit or decide not to enter, and therefore your price index goes up because you have lower variety. This is what you observe with this line. When you observe, when we look at the domestic line, we see the opposite. Now you have these 2 extra lines, which goes in the same direction. When you have higher trade costs, the large firms, of course, will pass through consumers some of the increase in trade costs, but they cannot pass all, and the price index increases. The large domestic firms, now they are more protected, they can charge higher markups. Yeah, they are more protected now from competition. You're free, your elasticity of demand decreases. So all the price indices except the one for the small domestic firm increases with the trade cost. For concentration, when you increase the trade costs, you will change the relative misallocation within each subset of firms. And that's what will change the concentration measure of this subset of firms. If you increase trade costs, the concentration of foreign firms will increase because they have lower market power. Yeah, they have to decrease their markups as well. And those at the top will do so at a higher rate, right? The elasticity for those will be higher, and therefore they will gather more demand and concentration increases. The opposite happens with domestic firms. And if you think of a trade shock in this model, a trade liberalization shock, and you are, let's say, here, when you liberalize, you see that concentration for at the top should go up. All right, so that's the characterization of the model at the industry level.
The big firms play a dynamic oligopolistic problem.
Sorry?
The big firms play a dynamic oligopolistic problem. But they set price period by period.
No, they set price period by period.
No,
this is not dynamic. This is a static model. Yeah, the only dynamic that are if you is that they have to calculate expected profit when they, but this is a static model. I can tell you that an oligopolistic model with a dynamic process is quite challenging.
No, I understand. Just not confused.
I mean, not for the literature, right? It's incredible how they got stuck at some point. And all right. So having characterized the industry equilibrium, let's now think about the general equilibrium in this model. So let's use the domestic wages as a numerator and 2 countries to illustrate this. We have the standard macro equilibrium conditions. So basically, you spend all what on goods, so all expenditure is equal to income. You have the profits as part of your income, because I'm assuming that the profits you get from both monopolistic firms and oligopolistic firms are transferred to consumers, and there is trade balance. The only difference you will see with the free model with the monopolistic competition is that these profits cannot be absorbed into the wage income because it's not proportional. I'll talk about this now.
The countries are not symmetric here.
No,
right?
No, they are not symmetric. I don't have to assume anything like asymmetrics, so it's more like a channel. And you can extend this to multiple countries in the welfare measure. Like here, I'm just illustrating this with 2 countries for simplicity. All right. So what are aggregate profits? So if you have monopolistic competition, you have that aggregate profits are equal to revenue firms over elasticity substitution. It's very, very convenient, and this then permeates to the derivations you made to get the welfare equation. Now, here with this model, you have a factor of proportion, which is not only the sigma, but it's also this endogenous object, which has the penetration of this. So in this case, we are talking about domestic firms selling in a foreign market. So you have the penetration of the domestic firms in the foreign market, the share of large firms within the bilateral trade flow, and the Herfindahl index of those large firms. And these 3 things, you need to do 2 things to measure that. You need to assume a value of elasticity substitution or calibrate it, and you have to decide who are the large ones, which is arbitrary at some point. We don't observe, at least not directly, in the data, how the firms are priced. So then you can derive with that aggregate domestic income, which is similar, but as you see here, you don't even need to assume the elasticity substitution. These are all endogenous objects. It's very convenient. You have the same as before. The only difference is it's like a weighted average of the revenue of the profits of your firm in all the markets they are active. And if you remember the markup expression, it's similar. Remember we had the so basically it's similar to this expression in which you correct what we know in the market and the monopolistic competitive case by a factor that has endogenous variables. So if I observe all this and I see the change in that factor, I have a measure of how the excess profits due to oligopolistic behavior changed over that period. Now that's in terms of income. Now let me go to the to concentration and how to construct a concentration measure that is relevant for welfare. So yeah, the ones that we all know, the Herfindahl index or the share of top firms, they are different interpretations of what they are, but they are like a fixed point. We use them, basically we all use, but if you discuss with the IO economists, depending on who you discuss, I can tell you different things. So under this model, basically, you can integrate the part of the price index that is specifically determined by the markups and extract this measure that is similar to an entropy measure. The difference with the standard measures we get, so these are, let me say a little bit more about this. So these are the market shares And this is, of course, you only need the market shares of all firms active in the market. If you calculate this for all the firms that are in this market, this will add up to 1. Then the relevant part is this here. If you want a graphical representation of it, so just assume 2 firms, so we can measure this in terms of only 1 firm. And well, if you use the share of top firm, of course, this is this modulus. If you use the Herflian index, will be this quadratic equation. In this model, those 2 underestimate changes at the top. So you need a different measure, and this measure is the one that I showed you, which is not bounded above and increases substantially once you depart from a situation in which the 2 firms have similar market power. Once one firm starts dominating the market can increase substantially. Of course, this is for 2 firms. If you have many firms, you cannot plot this, but if you have 1 firm that's still getting most of the market, you will get the same result, which is not the typical thing we observe in the data. All right, so this is the part of the concentration measure that will be related to markups. Now, with the parts I said, with extra work, we can derive the welfare formula, which has the following components. Has a price effect. This is an ACR part. It's just the absorption with some modification. I can mention in a minute. The pro-competitive part is the change in the concentration measure I mentioned. It's just the change in markups. The variety part, which in this model will be captured by the number of small firms or a function of the number of small firms. And the excess profits, which comes from the change of your firms in all markets, on the markets they are active. So that's the formula.
That's a first order approximation, or it's global?
This is no, this is global.
You have 10 more minutes.
All right.
Thanks.
All right. Let me use the formula to measure changes in welfare in Colombia over the period of time I had the data, and compare that to what other measures would calculate. All right, so this is Colombia. We can agree that it's a small open economy. Share in world trade is very low, and import penetration is very high. Over this period of time, decreased tariffs, sign a lot of agreements. Foreign firms selling in Colombia could sell with lower tariff. Colombian firms could sell abroad with lower tariff, but the change was not very substantial, just because Colombian firms also got other type of preferences abroad. But I see a decrease in 1 percentage point in tariffs. Import penetration over this period of time increased 10 percentage points. It's exactly the same what the US experienced over between 97 and 2007. All right. So I have a bunch of sufficient statistics, but they're quite quite demanding in terms of data. So I need all the firms in Colombia, as I discussed at the beginning, but I also need the destination-specific sales of Colombian firms and their penetration there. Remember, the profits the change in profits depended on how important these firms are in Peru, but also in the US. Maybe they are highly concentrated in the US, but they don't matter. The size is very small. So I need to consider to have that too.
I don't know where to put this comment, but here it's really important what the definition of a firm is or a variety is.
All right.
And
Yeah.
going back to that first fact, it's very striking when you have so many foreign firms and so few domestic ones. I wonder, maybe you're kind of overcounting this, maybe like a foreign exporter is a brand, but a domestic firm has many brands, and then there's many varieties. So I wonder,
So
this page is going to really matter how you bring the model to the data.
yeah, I agree with that. So let me tell you, in terms of measurement, that's true specifically for the variety part. So that will be a part. Now, unless I'm counting as different firms, a single firm, that would not affect the other terms. Now, if I am, but I have to do that at the greatest steps because I need to have tiny shares and I have them to add up to higher than 1%. Then I have a long tail. So if you don't believe in that, the term that you won't believe is a part of the variety. The rest of the terms, I'm not that concerned. But yeah, I agree that the variety definition is crucial. And basically what I'm doing is, okay, this is an industry model. These firms are not multi-product. For instance, you could think of a different model in which you extend this and you have firms producing different products, and that would make things more complicated. But yeah, maybe. So I'm not. Let me say something else. So you have an industry and you have many products within an industry, right? So you can have many products within a firm too, right? So I'm abstracting from that. I'm adding all together. So a variety is a firm. Now, how I count the firm, that's the other thing we discussed. So, yeah.
Right. But in principle, it's possible that there's different suppliers selling the same brand.
Different suppliers selling the same brand.
And they will be counted as two varieties. That's hard to piece out.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's a good point. And yeah, the crucial thing here is that I'm assuming consumers can distinguish between firm, not brands. Yeah, I agree with that. All right, with that in mind, so I do like some sanity checks to see if the change in tariffs affected what I think it should have affected. So I see domestically that the decrease in tariff increased import penetration, increase the number of firms, import penetration of import penetration is noisy, but increase of Colombian firms abroad, and penetration of the number of Colombian firms acting abroad, which is not related with this, it's a different thing. I don't see a result here. That's my becoming from how important are these tariffs in the different markets, just because some of these tariffs changed nominally, but they were also receiving preferences before the change in these policies, like the GSP program in the US, for instance. But the part on the domestic side seems to be working pretty well. So then our check is what happened. So if I want to say, okay, I have this data, what happened with concentration in Colombia? I observed that over this 10-year period, the Carnegie index increased, the share of the top firm increased, even the Carnegie index of within the large firms, in this case defined as the top 4, but if you do top 8 or the typical measures that, for instance, the US Census uses, like 8, 4, 20, you do see the same. For foreign firms, you see a substantial increase in the number of firms and a substantial increase in size, not in concentration. Now, another thing related to the number of firms. So I will use changes. So, all right. So if I'm counting them not in a good manner in the same way, the two periods, I'm relatively fine. Maybe the fact one is the one that is most effective. All right, so I guess I have something like 3 minutes or so. Two. All right. All right. So if I use the ACR type formula, I would get the typical we know is that the change in absorption elasticity would give me, in this case, 2.5 gains from trade. When I calculate the total welfare gains with this model, I get a very similar. I'm using elasticity equal to 5. These are the two elasticities that they use in their paper. I think we know there is more of a consensus now that we're closer to 5. I have to modify this by the relative, because quickly. So the ACR type assumes it's a change basically in wages, but here that's not enough because you have changes in relative concentration between in the foreign and domestic side, and change in variety that comes from the fact that of how I model entry. So you have to correct for that. When you correct, you have a lower gains. You have these excess profits that are not in the in ACR that adds up to gains. You have a small negative effect of markups, and you have a variety effect that with all the caveats we just discussed. Now, right, that's the ACR formula. This gross price effect is just ACR type in the sense that this the Armington model is not strictly comparable to this model. If we use the one that is strictly comparable, would be Pareto without free entry, which delivers in this case lower welfare gains. I'm still higher than that. If I use ACDR with the typical parameter values they use, I'm above that as well. And if I compare this with another paper that uses that has endogenous markups, and they are not integrated away as in the ACDR, I get a similar welfare gains for the two factors I can measure with my data following their approach, which is pretty simple. But I can measure the price effect as well. All right. So using this data, I characterize domestic industries. I constructed this model of a hybrid competition to characterize it to the relation between competition concentration and trade costs. This gives a welfare formula that allows me to discuss with the ones we know in the literature. And using these events in Colombia, I measured that gains were higher than the ones I would measure with these other formulas. That's all. Well, thank you. Great. Questions? This is a problem of being last.
My first share.
Okay, so thank you all very much for spending the 2 days with us with data, for the people that came to listen to the papers and commented on the papers, for the people who presented, and for everybody. Hope to see you next year.
Yeah.
Muy buena.
Mira, bueno, de hecho, hoy es
No me quedó claro que era tan importante hacer este modelo con dos clases. Ahí me salió venir hoy porque el martes y el mira, este momento feo. No, no sabía.
No, bueno, hay contribución. Ya sé, pero estábamos en medio de la cuarentena. No iba a viajar hasta el centro para buscar. No, era la cuarentena. No hay un
Vámonos, mamá, por favor, la semana que viene
no lo vi.
Sí,
porque sí, yo tengo el gorro, ¿no?
Acaba de decir, antes era más como bueno que esto es la parte más nueva,